In case of emergency, this is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides.
Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 8980, the fiscal year 2024 General Appropriations Bill, namely Representative Elizalde Co, Representative Stella Luz A. Kimbo, Representative Ralph G. Recto, Representative Aurelio Dong D. Gonzalez Jr., Representative Manuel Jose Manix M. Delipe, Representative Ferdinand Alexander A. Marcos, Representative David J. C. Suarez, Representative Neptali M. Gonzalez III, Representative Jose Joboy S. Aquino II, Representative Raul Angelo Gil D. Bongalon, Representative Leandro Jesus M. Madrona, Representative Michael John R. Duabit, and Representative Marcelino C. Libanan. So move, Mr.
Is there
Speaker.
any objection to the motion? The chair hears none. The aforementioned members are hereby elected to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 8980, the fiscal year 2024 General Appropriations Bill. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as messages and communications and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill 9612, establishing a framework for blue economy, promoting stewardship and sustainable development of coastal and marine ecosystems and resources, by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs.
House Bill 9613, mandating the formulation, financing, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of a comprehensive and multi-year Tatak Pinoy Proudly Filipino strategy, establishing a Tatak Pinoy Council, by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 9614, amending Section 16 of the Electronics Engineering Law of 2004, by Representative Daza.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 9615, establishing the Davao del Norte State College, Katutubo Campus in Talaingod, Davao del Norte, by Representative Alvarez Pantaleon.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill numbers 9616 to 9622, creating tribal barangays in certain areas from the existing ancestral domain in Talaingod, Davao del Norte, by Representative Alvarez Pantaleon.
To the Committee on Local Government.
Resolution, House Resolution 1489, expressing the deep condolences of the House on the passing of veteran journalist Rina Jimenez David, by Representatives De Venecia, Conghun, Bolilla, Legarda, Rodriguez Rufus, Recto, Maceda, Alonte, Benitez, and other members.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communications, letter dated October 11, 2023 of the National Irrigation Administration Acting Administrator, submitting to the House a copy of their third quarter report of NIA Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program Irrigation Component for calendar year 2023.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Various letters and reports submitted by local government chief executives and officials regarding their fund utilization and status of program project implementation of the Local Government Support Fund.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated October 18, 2023 of the Catanduanes State University President, submitting to the House a copy of their quarterly physical report of operation as of September 30, 2023.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
Letter dated October 19, 2023 of the DOTR Undersecretary for Administration and Finance, transmitting to the House a copy of their statement of approved budget utilizations, disbursements, and balances for trust receipts for the quarter ending September 30, 2023.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated October 20, 2023 of the Officer in Charge, Office of the Secretary, Department of Migrant Workers, transmitting to the House copies of their 2022 annual report.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
Letter dated October 24, 2023 of the BSP Governor, submitting to the House a copy of their report on the Philippine financial system for the first semester of 2023.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letters dated October 25 of the DOTR Undersecretary for Administration and Finance, transmitting to the House certain financial reports for the quarter ending September 30, 2023.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated October 26, 2023 of the DNR Undersecretary for Finance, Information Systems, and Climate Change, informing the House that their budget and financial accountability reports and budget accountability report as of September 30, 2023 were posted in the transparency seal on their website.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated October 27, 2023 of the Acting General Manager, DA Philippine Fisheries Development Authority, informing the House that certain reports as of September 30, 2023 were posted on their website.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated November 13, 2023 of the CHR Chairperson, submitting to the House certain financial accountability reports for the quarter ending September 30, 2023, which were submitted to the DBM through the Unified Reporting System on October 18, 2023.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Manila International Airport Authority 2022 Annual Report.
To the Committee on Transportation.
Report dated November 23, 2023 of the Honorable House Secretary General on copies of the following enrolled House bills, which were transmitted to the Office of the President for His Excellency's consideration and signature, pursuant to Section 18H, Rule 6 of the Rules of the House, House Bill numbers 6552, 6553, 6704, 7087, 7088, 7397, and 7412. Committee reports. Committee report numbers 875 to 878 submitted by the Committee on Transportation and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill numbers 9625, 6556, 9626, and 9627 respectively. Committee report numbers 879 and 880 submitted by the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Appropriation on House Bill numbers 9635 and 9636 respectively.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading House Bill number 9513, copies of which have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules. For such purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General will read the title of House Bill 9513 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9513, an act providing additional criterion for the availment of the unprogrammed appropriations, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 11936 or the 2023 General Appropriations Act. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9513. Abalos. Abante. Abunda. Acharon. Asidre. Acop. Adyong. Advincula. Agaraw. Alba. Albano. Almario. Almonte. Alonte. Alvarez Jose. Alvarez Mercedes. Alvarez Pantaleon. Amante. Amatong. Angara. Aquino. Pumoto na yun. Aquino Magsaysay. Arbison. Arenas. Arrogancia. Asistio. Ataide. Aumentado. Balindong. Barba. Barbers. Baronda. Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas,
Mr. Speaker,
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Brosas?
yes, Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I would like to explain my vote later.
Noted.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Buhain, Bulot Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Colliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagoo, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo Siti Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed Christopher, Gomar, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzalez Neptali, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lim Kay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watko, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri, Second call, in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 9513. Acharon, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Jose. Wala sa likod yun eh. Wala. Alvarez Mercedes. Wala rin. Alvarez Pantaleon. Amatong. Wala rin. Arrogancia. Aumentado. Wala rin. Dito lang yun. Barzaga. Bautista. Bautista Lim. Biron. Bolilia. Buhain. Calderon. Chan. Chato. Ko Angelica Natasha. Ko Elizaldi. Ko Juanco Mark. Daza. De Jesus. De Venecia. De Los Santos. Duavit. Duhali. Duterte. Ecleo. Fariñas. Fernandez. Ferrer Juliet Marie. Frasco. Garcia Albert. Garcia Pablo Jan. Gato. Gomez. Gonzaga. Gonzalez Sandro. Herrera. Horibata. Labad-labad. Lagman. Libanan.
Wala. Hindi siya dumaan dito.
Magsino. Mariano Hernandez. Martinez. Mendoza. Mercado. Nisay.
Nisay, wala.
Albert, wala na. Nograles Margarita. Olaso. Ongchuan. Uano Dizon. Paduano. Pimentel. Primicia Sagabas. Umaren. Romulo. Sakdalan. Sakaluran. Salvame. Singson Richel. Singson Ronald, Solon, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Huatco, Tutor, T, Unabia, Ungab, Vargas, Velasco, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, U. Divina Grace, Zamora Maria Carmen,
Mr. Speaker,
With 229 members voting in the affirmative, 4 in the negative, and 2 abstentions, House Bill number 9513 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Congressman Gabriel Bordado to explain his vote.
Mr. Speaker,
The Honorable Bordado is recognized, assuming that our colleague, the Honorable Brosas, is amenable to his going ahead. The Honorable Bordado has 3 minutes to explain his vote.
yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. has made reviving our struggling economy his topmost priority, setting an economic growth rate target of 6 to 7% for the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, according to the Philippine Statistics Authority, economic growth rate currently is at 5.9% for the third quarter of 2023, just shy of the target set by the President. And with the achievement of our goal within reach, doubling our efforts to ensure long-term and sustainable economic development is not only understandable, but wholly anticipated. Mr. Speaker, the introduction of House Bill number 9513 falls into this category and ideally is a good way to maximize the national government's already stretched out resources. The bill seeks to include idle and investable funds from the government-owned and controlled corporations, or GOCCs, determined to be in excess of their administrative and operational expenses as a source of funds for unprogrammed appropriations. Yet, Mr. Speaker, even after a protracted series of discussions, several pressing issues affecting the lives of our people have yet to be fully addressed. I therefore abstain, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Brosas is recognized to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this representation stands firm in voting no to House Bill 9513, or the proposed additional criterion for unprogrammed funds, which seeks to utilize excess funds from government-owned and controlled corporations, or GOCCs, and excess tax revenues. This move has potential implications on social services and programs, and will likely only serve to expand the pork barrel system. The current utilization of unprogrammed funds from 2020 to 2022, ranging from 69% to 89%, reveals that a significant portion of the unprogrammed appropriation is already being funded and utilized through the existing three criteria for financing. For this year, the government even allotted 807 billion authorized unprogrammed funds, historically the largest annual unprogrammed appropriations. Moreover, we question the necessity of increasing the cash streams for unprogrammed funds when these funds should rightfully be remitted to the Treasury as official revenues. The proposal to source funds from excess GOCC revenues raises concerns about the direction of GOCCs and the potential intensification of profit-based fund sourcing at the expense of social services and the welfare of ordinary Filipinos. Many existing GOCCs are mandated to address the social service needs of our people, including healthcare, energy, and housing. Instead of allocating funds through unprogrammed funds, it is imperative to prioritize regular funds for agencies directly involved in providing social services. Discretionary allocations through unprogrammed funds may also undermine the intended projects and programs for the Filipino people. We must prioritize increasing the funds for agencies with direct social services rather than relying on discretionary allocations through unprogrammed funds. With that, Mr. Speaker, this representation votes no to this measure. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider on third reading House Bill number 9084, copies of which have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules. For such purpose, my request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 9084 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9084, an act declaring a climate change emergency and enhancing resiliency and adaptability to the effects of climate change. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9084. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondoc, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulutbegtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Shungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Collantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagoo, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo Siti Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Gintu, Gulyas, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Huaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Yuloyo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Nihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tanwatko, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill Number 9084. Acharon, Almario, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Arrogancia, Barzaga, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Bolilla, Calderon, Chan, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Juanco Mark, De Venecia, De Los Santos, Duavid, Duhali, Duterte, Ecleo, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Frasco, Garcia Pablo John, Gato, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Sandro, Horibata, Labad-Labad, Libanan, Mariano Hernandez, Mendoza, Nograles Margarita, Olaso, Oano Dizon, Paduano, Pimentel, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Romulo, Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Salvame, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Solon, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tutor, T. Unabia, Ungab, Vargas, Velasco, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, U. Divina Grace, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 238 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 9084 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, I move that we recognize the guests of Representative Arnan C. Panaligan of the 1st Congressional District of the Province of Oriental Mindoro. They are Honorable Ronali Liachon, President of the Oriental Mindoro Provincial Councilors League, Honorable Edilberto C. Ilano Jr., Provincial Board Member, Honorable Jocelyn U. Neria, Provincial Board Member, Honorable C. Voltaire S. Brucal, Provincial Board Member, Honorable Jean Paulo R. Umali, Provincial Board Member, and Mr. Jonathan U. Neria.
Guests from the province of Oriental Mindoro, the guests of the Honorable Arnan C. Panaligan are most welcome to the House of Representatives. We thank you for your visit. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay po kayo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we also recognize the guests of Honorable Attorney Jervil Jinky Beatrix R. Luistro of the 2nd District of Batangas. They are from the municipality of San Luis in Batangas. Honorable Marjorie De Castro, Municipal Councilor, Honorable Ray Patolot, Municipal Councilor, Barangay Captains, Honorable June D. Villanueva, Honorable Francis Lloyd T. Aguzar, Honorable Nolasco Onda, Honorable Ronald Mangubat, Honorable Emilia V. Corrales, Honorable Lorsi C. Balasbas, Honorable Tashano M. Caringal, Honorable Emeterio B. Dimafelix, Honorable Robelito T. Vergara, Honorable Edith M. Vergara, Honorable Herman A. Cortez, Honorable Michelle Carandang, Honorable Victor De Castro, Honorable Roberito Cuerdo, and Honorable Luciano Villanueva, and the following Sangguniang Kabataan Chairman: Honorable Kayla Malabanan, Honorable Ivan Roy Cabezuela. So move, Mr. Speaker.
We welcome our guests from the municipality of San Luis in the district of Batangas, the guests of the Honorable Attorney Jervil Jinky Beatrix Luistro. Thank you for your visit. Welcome to the House of the Representatives. Mabuhay po kayo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the guests of the Honorable Dale B. Corvera of the 2nd District of Agusan del Norte, and they are Johnny M. Galbo, Honorable Sulpicio T. Dedumo, and Criselda Aparece. So move, Mr. Speaker.
We welcome the guests of the Honorable Dale B. Corvera from the Municipality of Santiago, Province of Agusan del Norte, and DENR Senro Tubay. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Mabuhay po kayo. Maraming salamat.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we also recognize the guests of Honorable Christopher Son Coco M. Yap of the 2nd District of Southern Leyte. They are Catalino A.Y. Soledad II, Maria Lucia Tago Bantug, and Mr. Nino J. Telio Rosios.
We welcome the guests of the Honorable Christopher Coco M. Yap of the 2nd District of Southern Leyte, the guests from Sogod, Southern Leyte. Thank you for your visit. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Mabuhay po kayo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, lastly, may we also recognize the guests of Representative Eric Reyes Buhain of the 1st District of Batangas, and they are Dr. Lolita C. Garcia, Public School District Supervisor from Balayan East, Balayan, Batangas, and Dr. Pedro D. De Los Reyes, Public School District Supervisor from Balayan West, Balayan, Batangas.
We welcome the head teachers of the different elementary and secondary schools of Balayan, Batangas, the guests of the Honorable Eric Reyes Buhain. Thank you very much for your visit. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Mabuhay po kayo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up bills under the business for the day.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 9506 as contained under Committee Report 850, and for this purpose, may we request that the Secretariat be directed to read the title of the said measure.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 9506.
House Bill 9506, an act establishing a rental housing subsidy program for informal settler families and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we request that we recognize the Chair of the Committee on Housing and Urban Development, Representative Francisco Kiko Benitez of the 3rd District of Negros Occidental, to sponsor the measure.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Honorable Francisco Kiko Benitez of the 3rd District of Negros Occidental is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, it is the pleasure of this representation to present for the consideration of this august chamber Committee Report 850 containing the text of House Bill number 9506, which establishes a rental housing subsidy program for informal settler families. This measure is a consolidation of 19 bills with more than 140 co-authors, and this, Mr. Speaker, the number of bills of the same subject is a clear indication of the clamor to provide financial assistance to informal settler families and enable them to access formal housing, primarily urban poor families affected by the implementation of government infrastructure projects and displaced due to natural and man-made disasters. This bill has already been approved on 3rd reading in the 18th Congress after long debate and deliberations on this floor. Under this bill, subsidy will be provided to qualified families to cover full or partial cost of rent for temporary housing until their transfer to a permanent resettlement site provided by the government. This bill also guarantees that qualified families will continue to receive such subsidy if and when the construction of permanent resettlement is delayed. We understand, Mr. Speaker, that providing rental subsidy is an interim or transitional stopgap measure, but this program addresses the uncertainty experienced by families affected by potential demolition or eviction due to government projects. The intent of the program should not be misconstrued, Mr. Speaker. let me be absolutely clear for the record, this measure does not motivate eviction and demolition of informal settlements and of their families. But in instances where eviction or demolition is inevitable, for example, for public safety, such as in areas where high disaster risk from geological hazards, there should be a social safety net for the affected families. Poor families who cannot afford to obtain housing loans, for example, should have the option to temporarily rent a housing unit until they are permanently resettled in a public housing project or until they have developed the financial capacity to acquire home ownership in the formal housing market themselves. This subsidy program essentially follows a graduated approach, which begins with cash assistance for housing rents and ends with the award of permanent housing units in a public housing project. This is consistent with the spirit of Republic Act 11201, Section 20 of the implementing rules and regulation of this landmark legislation that created the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development and that mandates the formulation of public housing policies and programs that recognize and explore alternative and innovative solutions in addressing the country's housing needs, such as different tenurial arrangements, including rental housing. Mr. Speaker, House Bill number 9506 is aligned with the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028, which identifies rental subsidy as one of the administration's priority legislation. This bill also establishes conditions for eligibility in the program. Beneficiaries, for example, must not move back to the informal settlement where they originated. This helps prevent the Sisyphean task of perpetually providing subsidy to specific persons and contributes to ending the cycle of housing informality and housing precarity in the country. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, in 2 weeks, we will mark the 75 years since the United Nations adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, where the Philippines played an influential role. In Article 25 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we held that, quote, everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and of his family, including food, clothing, and housing, close quote. Housing is a fundamental human right, and basic housing is a need that we must address. We must work together to address our people's housing and shelter needs. The approval of the Rental Housing Subsidy Program Act is a major step towards realizing our commitment and upholding the right of every Filipino to decent shelter. On this note, Mr. Speaker, and on behalf of all the authors and the Committee on Housing and Urban Development, I urge this august body to approve House Bill number 9506. Thank you, and madamo gid nga salamat sa inyo tanan.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Marvic Copilar of the 6th District, Quezon City, the Vice Chair of the Committee on Housing and Urban Development, to also sponsor the measure.
The Honorable Maria Victoria Copilar of the 6th District of Quezon City is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members of this esteemed assembly, it is with my ardent commitment to the principles of justice, equity, inclusivity in urban development that I stand before this esteemed body today. The Philippines, in its pursuit of fostering a just society, ensuring access to affordable and quality housing, has continually expanded its initiative, especially catering to the marginalized and vulnerable segment, such as the homeless and informal settler families. The government has steadfastly worked towards this novel cause, which has culminated in the formulation of the measure we deliberate upon today. Distinguished colleague, I am honored to be counted among the authors of this pivotal bill to serve as one of the vice chairperson of the esteemed Committee on Housing and Urban Development. It is with sense of purpose and responsibility that I advocate for the endorsement of the bill, which amalgamates several House bills aiming to institute a rental housing subsidy program specifically tailored for our marginalized informal settler families or ISF. Isa sa mga dahilan ng pagkakaantala sa pagpapatupad ng mga proyekto ng gobyerno, lalo na sa mga urban areas tulad ng Metro Manila, ay ang pagkakaroon ng mga ISF sa lugar kung saan isinasagawa ang mga proyekto. Bagamat isinisigurado ng gobyerno na sila ay may relokasyon, madalas ay hindi ito agarang pwedeng malipatan ng mga benepisyaryo. Sa kadahilanang ito ay kasalukuyang ipinagagawa pa lamang o wala pang lugar na natutukoy para sa kanila. Kung kaya't upang masolusyonan ang problemang ito, minabuti natin na sila ay bigyan ng pansamantalang ayuda para masiguradong may disenteng tuluyan ang mga apektado ng proyekto. Ang kawalan din ng mga siguradong paglilipatan ng mga nakatira sa danger zone ay isa sa mga dahilan kung kaya't hanggang ngayon ang libo-libong pamilya pa rin ang nakatira sa mga estero, riles ng train, tambakan ng basura, riverbanks, baybayin ng dagat at waterways. Ang panukalang batas na ito ay tila tanglaw ng pag-asa para sa ating mga mamayan na walang kasiguruhan sa paninirahan. Ang Comprehensive Rental Housing Subsidy Program ay naglalayon na bigyan ng ayuda ang mga kasalukuyang nakatira sa danger zone area sa mga lugar na apektado ng mga infrastrukturang proyekto ng gobyerno, kung saan ang kanilang permanenteng paglilipatan ay hindi pa agarang maisa sa katuparan. 3,500 o 3,500 ang tulong pinansyal na matatanggap ng mga benepisyaryo mula sa Metro Manila, at katumbas ng halaga para naman sa nakatira sa ibang rehiyon na tutukuyin ng Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development o DSUD at NEDA, National Economic Development Authority. Ang halagang ito ay subsidiyo para sa upa o renta sa kanilang pansamantalang tutuluyan habang ginagawa ang kanilang permanenteng tirahan o hanggang hindi pa tuluyan silang nakakalipat. The pivotal intent of this initiative is multifaceted. Beyond mere financial support, this program endeavors to persuade informal settlers' family from returning or settling in hazardous area they previously inhabited. It creates a compelling obligation for them to relocate to safer environs, thereby mitigating the risks and vulnerabilities they face on their daily basis. In accordance with the aforementioned, I implore and earnestly seek the esteemed support and endorsement of this august body for the passage of this crucial bill. May this implementation be a testimony to our unwavering commitment to social justice, equity, inclusive urban development. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, to avail of the interpellation, may I move that we recognize the representative of the Gabriela party list, Representative Arlene Brosas.
The lady from the party list, Gabriela, the Honorable Arlene D. Brosas, is recognized to interpellate the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the good sponsor yield to a few questions, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, with pleasure, as usual.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sa mga katanungan po, unang-una, yung Section 4, Rental Housing Subsidy Program, nakasaad po dito na eligible ISFs shall receive a flat rental subsidy rate of 3,500 for those living in Metro Manila, and the rental subsidy rate to be determined by the DSUD and NEDA for those living in all other regions, taking into consideration the prevailing minimum wage and rental rates per region, but not exceeding 3,500. Gusto po nating linawin kung ang rental subsidy rate na nakasaad ay Paano ba yung forma nito ibibigay, Mr. Speaker? Buwan-buwan ba ito ibibigay? Isang bagsakan para sa isang taon? Ano ang itsura nito, Mr. Speaker? Kasi I'm sure may operationalization kayong naiisip dahil ginagawa nating batas, no, Mr. Speaker. So, paano ang operationalization nito, Mr. Speaker?
It ought to be, Mr. Speaker, monthly given, but it will be, the program will be managed by the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Mr. Speaker.
So, they should ang magdedetermine, Mr. Speaker?
The eligibility is NHA, and the implementer of the program is this should, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, sinasagot nyo, buwan-buwan ibibigay, Mr. Speaker.
Sa pagkakaalam ko, Mr. Speaker, yes.
Mr. Speaker, ayon din sa nasabing section, nakasaad na that any time but not more often than once every 2 years, such subsidy may be reviewed or revised by the DSUD and NEDA to conform with the prevailing economic conditions. Ano po yung basehan nung sinasabing prevailing economic conditions?
Mr. Speaker, the assumption there is that the cost of rent in different regions may change and fluctuate over time. So embedded in the law is the capacity to change depending on the prevalent economic conditions at that time, Mr. Speaker.
Ibig bang sabihin nito, hindi kasi malinaw, Mr. Speaker, walang kasunod. Ibig bang sabihin nito, pag bumaba yung inflation rate, bababa din yung rental subsidy?
Depende po, Mr. Speaker, sa prevailing rental rate. So kung bumaba nga naman po ang prevailing rental rate, palagay ko bababa din po ang subsidiya para naman po save din ng konti ang gobyerno kung sakali. So it is designed primarily to address a subsidy on rental rates depending upon the economic conditions thereby. Although, given the way the pattern of the economy has been, it hardly stands to reason that the rates will go down, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, that's precisely my problem, Mr. Speaker. Kasi 3,500, yun na yung cap eh. Yun yung nakalagay doon, diba, Mr. Speaker? Yung cap ay 3,500, so tumaas ang bilihin, tumaas ang yan lang yung cap, hindi na siya tataas. Pwede lang siya bumaba, Mr. Speaker, ganon.
Not quite, Mr. Speaker. If by her own admission, it is inflation that is at issue, then the prevailing economic conditions would in fact take into account inflation. So kung tataas at tataas po ang bilihin, over time, ang assumption is tataas din po ang rental costs.
So, Mr. Speaker, yung 3,500 ay maaaring tumaas, Mr. Speaker. Hindi siya, flexible siya, hindi siya, Tama ba, Mr. Speaker? Yun ang pagkakaunawa ko sa sinasabi ninyo.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Let me repeat. At any time, but not more often than once every 2 years, such subsidy may be reviewed or revised by the DSUD and NEDA to conform with the prevailing economic conditions. Whether that means up or down, you are correct. But generally, if things go up, it should also go up as part of the prevailing economic conditions, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for clarifying that. Mr. Speaker, DSUD and NEDA ang siyang magre-review or magre-revise. Nowhere dito sa provisions that the stakeholders are involved. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker? What about yung mga ISFs? Nagkaroon po ba ng pagtatanong sa kanila kaugnay dito, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, the consultation with the informal settler families is subject to other laws and not to the rental subsidy program per se, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, other laws, but of course, dahil sila po yung stakeholders, dapat sila din yung tinatanong natin. For example, anong naging basehan ng 3,500 kung hindi natin sila kinonsulta, Mr. Speaker, at how many ang consultations na naganap para sabihin nila na itong mga datos na ito, halimbawa, magkano yung rental spaces sa NCR, sa ibang rehiyon, iba yung rental space na magkano dyan, etc., etc. No, Mr. Speaker, tinatanong natin kasi, for example, kahit sa NCR po, 6,000 na yung rental, di ba? Studio space lang yun. Hindi nga yun, walang kwarto doon, 6,000 na yun. Pero you're saying na 3,500 lang yung kayang ibigay for rental subsidy, Mr. Speaker. So, yung tanong natin, nagkaroon ba ng mga konsultasyon sa mga rehiyon, sa mga ISFs, sa iba't ibang lugar para mag-come up ng 3,500? How did you come up with the 3,500 rental subsidy?
The 3,500, Mr. Speaker, came out of a study from Pampatawid UPA that was conducted 2 years ago. No? And the second point is that it was is the general prevailing rate within the NCR, and in fact is intended to simply be a subsidy and not necessarily a replacement rate in total, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. May study. Mr. Speaker, may we have a copy of the study na sinasabi ninyo 2 years ago dito sa, Yung UPA.
Pantawid UPA
Pantawid
po.
UPA.
With pleasure, Mr. Speaker, although the good representative of Gabriela was part of the 18th Congress discussion on the very same measure where the same study was also discussed, it would be our pleasure to provide her with the study.
No, Mr. Speaker, hindi po ako naging bahagi nung survey, but I remember so well. I was so active dun sa at kasama din naman ako sa nagtatanong. And we are very consistent in asking dito sa portion na ito. That is why, okay naman tayo na may subsidy, but essentially, ang gusto nating itanong dito, nagka-clarify tayo ng mga questions dito kasi mahalaga na malaman ng mga ISFs kung ano ang papasukin nila kapag ito ay naging batas, Mr. Speaker. We do not want them, katulad nga ng sinasabi ninyo, igagaranti ba nito na hindi sila mapapaalis sa kanilang mga lugar hanggat wala silang ibang titirhan? Would it be enough for them to have this subsidy para mabuhay? Baka nga ang problema pa nila dahil isang kahig, isang tuka sila, hindi nila kakayanin talaga na malipat sa ibang lugar na wala din silang magiging trabaho. At maghahanap pa sila lalo ng poproblemahin, Mr. Speaker. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, yun lang yung tanong ko, the basis of the 3,500. So you're saying na ito naman ay regular sa NCR at batay ito sa study ng Pantawid UPA. So sino po yung Pantawid UPA? Na anong composition nito, Mr. Speaker?
It was a collaboration between HUD-C, Asia Foundation, and Pantawid UPA as a community collaboration, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Speaker, itong 3,500 pesos ay lumabas doon. But that was 2 years ago.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Speaker.
It didn't change over the years, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the bill is in fact the same enrolled bill that passed third reading in the 18th Congress, which is why the figures are the same as the bill that we also discussed with Congresswoman Brosas in the 18th Congress.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yung rental spaces, may mga kondisyon bago ka makalipat o bago maireserba sa iyo ang lugar katulad ng 2 months advance, 1 month deposit. Paano po ito maa-address ng rental subsidy kung ito ay kulang pa? na pambayad para sa isang buwan na renta, Mr. Speaker. Kasi subsidy nga
Mr.
lang siya.
Speaker, that is actually dependent upon the IRR, but the bill requires the local government units to maintain a publicly accessible register of those lessors in their respective areas of jurisdiction to allow the ISFs, in fact, to stay within the LGU, no? That they have been found, which I believe is part of the commitment for a safety net for informal settler families, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, in city, LGU, Mr. Speaker, you're saying na ganyan, ano? Pero gusto natin itanong, kasi sabi nyo kanina, buwan-buwan ibibigay. So, maaaring wala pa siyang pangrenta ng susunod, di ba? Kasi kulang eh, Mr. Speaker. So, hindi nito magagaranti yung 2 months advance, 1 month deposit na hinihingi.
Mr.
Ganun kasi
Speaker,
pag nag-rent ka eh.
Mr. Speaker, the form of payment is actually dependent upon the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development and the implementing rules and regulations that shall emerge subsequent, no? I think part of the fear that was discussed in the committee was if you give too much too soon, given that the majority of the beneficiaries will be living in a state of precarity, the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development has to ensure that it goes, in fact, to a housing rental subsidy and not to other, perhaps, more immediate needs and necessities of the families concerned.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, kasi baka mapunta sa pambayad sa kuryente, pambayad sa ganito, para sa kanilang anak, para sa pagpapaaral, etc. Kasi yun naman yung basic na problema ng ISFs, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, kaya ko po tinatanong, kasi syempre ililinaw lang naman natin, ano, kailangan itanong natin kung ano yung, paano ba talaga ito sa operationalization eh. Halimbawa, kung ikaw ay ISF na walang-wala na, hindi ka rin makaka-avail nito, may category na ano. Kasi kung kulang pa siya para sa pangrenta, let's say kukuha ko nito, di ba? Kulang pa siya sa pangrenta, kulang pa siya sa pangkain. Pangrenta pa kaya yung poproblemahin niya, Mr. Speaker. Yun lang naman yung worry natin dito, no, Mr. Speaker. Kasi at the rate we're going, yung rate ng displacement ng ating mga ISFs, nagtutuloy-tuloy yung mga proyekto eh. Pero yung mga tao na nadi-displace, nasisiguro ba natin silang naililipat ng maayos? Yun naman yung concern namin eh, di ba? Na ililipat ba sila ng maayos? Kasi yun, kung ganon, Mr. Speaker, hindi pa yan yung problema. Ang problema ay manatili talaga sila kung nasaan sila. Kasi I'm sure ang mga ISFs natin, sasabihin nila, ang problema talaga nila ay pabahay sa mga lugar nila. Diba, Mr. Speaker? Anyway, Mr. Speaker, sa Section 6, Conditions for Continued Entitlement or Eligibility, the beneficiaries shall not move or relocate back to the area in which they were originally living in unless such move or relocation has been permitted by the proper government authorities, taking into consideration the purpose of the program. Paano kung hindi makahanap, no, ng rental space? Saan sila pupunta? O magpapalagi kung ganoong hindi sila maaaring bumalik sa bahay o komunidad nila, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, actually part of the study that I will provide the good representative of Gabriela is in fact a study of supply of rental spaces, which increases much faster, in fact, than the demand as a whole. Mr. Speaker, it seems unlikely for them not to be able to find a rental space, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, kasi ang mga balita po natin sa ibaba, kapag ito na nga, ano, nasa housing program na sila, dilipat sila sa ibang lugar, di ba? Nag-avail sila ng housing program, bumabalik pa sila. Ito pa kaya? na rental subsidy yung ibibigay, tapos may i-ensure na hindi sila makakabalik sa lugar nila, paano kung hindi sila makakuha ng rerentahan? Yun po yung tanong.
Mr. Speaker, I feel that the scenario where they cannot find a rental site, I think, is unlikely. No? In fact, the premise of the bill is that those who are eligible for the rental subsidy program is, number one, those who are in fact in danger zones, as defined as those living along esteros, garbage dump, riverbanks, shorelines, and waterways, as defined in the Section 3E of Republic Act number 11201, otherwise known as the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development Act. So it assumes that they should not, in fact, be living in those areas. And this is to provide them with rental subsidy until such time as their more permanent relocation sites are finished and they can properly transfer to more permanent public housing units, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for clarifying that. Again, babalik din ako dun sa argumento ko na yung pinakamahihirap naman talaga yung mga nagstay dyan eh. Usually talaga yan yung mga informal work yung kanilang at magkano lang ang kanilang kinakaya para sa araw-araw. Kaya hindi malayo din na ang mangyari ay gamitin sa ibang ang pera na no, ganun po, no, or di kaya ang katangian is lumipat sa lugar na may extension kayo ng iba't ibang family at magsiksikan. Ganun ang itsura. So parang naiintindihan ko na panandalian lang ito, Mr. Speaker, pero kapag hindi natin inayos yung housing problem talaga natin, yung housing backlog talaga natin, yung mga basic, crucial na mga issues sa usapin ng pabahay para sa ating mga mamamayan, hindi rin natin to magagamit. So, or baka ma-misuse pa. Yun, parang ganon, Mr. Speaker? Kaya tayo nag-worry ng sinasabi nito na hindi pwedeng stopgap lang tayo, pero hindi naman natin inaasikaso, no, yung pabahay para sa mga maralita talaga. So, parang we cannot solve itong problema kung ang tinututukan natin ay magbigay lang ng konti or konsuelo for the people. Yun, Mr. Speaker, kaya tinatanong natin ito na it won't solve kung ano yung, lalo na sa mga lugar na ito na binanggit ninyo, ang danger zones, yung mahanap buhay talaga nila, hindi talaga yun kakayanin. Kahit pa idagdag mo yung 3,500, papangkain din nila yun kasi yun yung kulang sa kanila. Diba, Mr. Speaker? Kahit naman sa Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, ganyan ang itsura. Ang mga informal settlers natin ay talagang hirap na hirap, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I am not certain if there was a question in
yes, Mr. Speaker. Sinabi ko lang ang tanong ko kasi kanina ay saan sila pupunta at lalagi kung hindi na sila maaaring bumalik sa bahay nila dahil binigyan na sila ng pang-rental subsidy. Di ba ganun yung...
Yes, ma'am.
Oo, yun ang precondition.
Mr. Speaker, the precondition is that they cannot go back to the location that they were originally, so that they can, in fact, find, ideally, more secure and less precarious rental situations until such time as their permanent housing is provided for them. The good representative of Gabriela is correct. This measure is not sufficient to address the entirety of the housing problem. However, Section 4 does say that the rental subsidy shall be granted to eligible beneficiaries until the date of completion of the permanent housing project intended for them or upon their actual transfer to the permanent housing project whichever comes first, and that the agency implementing the permanent housing project shall bear the cost of any extended rental subsidy should the project be delayed in its completion. So it is true that this measure is not sufficient to answer the entirety of our housing backlog issues. However, it makes a space that pressures the implementing agencies for our housing programs to ensure that they provide permanent public housing units in as timely a manner as possible, Mr. Speaker.
Again, Mr. Speaker, ang tanong po natin dyan, at the rate we're going, kamusta naman po ang NHA sa pagbibigay ng housing projects para sa ating mga maralita, no? Kamusta po ang pondo, no, budget ng ating National Housing Authority and of course ang ating DSUD para sabihin natin na we can provide, no, for all ISFs na madi-displace, no, para dito. Hindi ko po kina-question yung rental subsidy. Ang question ko talaga ay paano ma-ensure kung ngayon pa nga lang we have questions on that, 'di ba? Hindi nga na po provide, Mr. Speaker, 'di ba? Sa katotohanan, pag tinanong mo sa baba, may mga problema tayo sa even sa mga areas na na-provide na katulad ng tubig, kuryente, services, social services, may mga problema tayo sa mga inilipat sa iba't ibang lugar. Then you're saying na until permanently ay maayos ang kanilang how long is that? Parang ganon, di ba, Mr. Speaker? So yun yung mga tanong at yun po yung tumatakbo sa isip natin ngayon. Sino po particular ang magbibigay? Is it the government ang in the bill? The government will give yung 3,500 po.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, wala pa tayong tinatayang amount particular or how many ISFs ang mabibigyan nito, Mr. Speaker? Wala pang ganong
No, Mr. Speaker, not yet.
Mr. Speaker.
Although the bill proposes that the NHA and the PCUP shall take a part in coming up, in fact, with that registry database and eventually estimate, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, yung mga lumapit po nung panahon ng Duterte administration na ISFs sa Malacanang, Mr. Speaker, how many of them ay natugunan na ng gobyerno sa ngayon, Mr. Speaker?
Let me just confer, Mr. Speaker, and I will respond. 5 minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumes.
Tama ba to? Mr. Speaker, for the direct housing provision, the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development informs us that they have accommodated 187,248 as of 2022. For 2022.
Mr. Speaker,
Sorry, and for the first semester of 2023, an additional 64,440.
64,000, Mr. Speaker.
440 in the first semester of 2023.
Mr. Speaker, data ito ng DSUD.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sila ngayon ay na-accommodate at nagbabayad, Mr. Speaker, sa housing program ng gobyerno?
Mr. Speaker, I believe sila na-accommodate. Di ko lang alam kung silang lahat ay nagbabayad, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ano ba ang rate ng pagbabayad natin sa mga housing program sa gobyerno, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, depende po sa ahensya. Sa NHA ho, malait at mababa ang rate ng pagbabayad, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, ibig sabihin, are there reasons? Meron po ba silang report on bakit hindi nakakapagbayad ng mga amortisasyon ang mga nasa housing program ng gobyerno, Mr. Speaker?
Wala pa po ang NHA sa ngayon na malinaw na report nang galing po sa COA, ang report kaninang pinag-usapan sa committee. And that is part of another set of discussions, Mr. Speaker.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, gusto nating malaman yon kasi Mr. Speaker, di ba, kung ganito nga, mga nasa housing program ng government sa ngayon, hindi nakakapagbayad ng amortisasyon, tapos you are planning to displace, di ba, may mga ganitong plano ng pag-displace sa mga ISFs, how can we be sure na sila ay mabibigyan ng mga permanenteng housing pa, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, through you, Congresswoman Arlene. Well, actually, the spirit of the bill is not to... Hindi pa pala ako.
Ano ka muna?
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to respond to
The Honorable Copilar is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to respond to the query of our good Congresswoman Arlene Brosas. Yung question mo, actually, the very spirit of the bill is not to displace or to dislocate. Well, in fact, kung titignan natin, kaya multifaceted siya. Kasi, piniprepare nga natin, for example, may government project, even sa pabahay project, maraming mga socialized housing project na kailangan alisin muna natin yung mga ISF para matayuan ng pabahay. So, napakaganda na itong rental housing subsidy bill kasi hindi lang sila alisin habang naghihintay ng kanilang pabahay. Bibigyan pa sila ng subsidiya. Tama ka, hindi supisyente, kaya nga subsidiya. Hindi siya supisyente, kaya subsidy siya. Pero importante, may ayuda ang ating pamahalaan habang gumagawa ng pabahay para sa kanila kung saan sila rin ay napaghahandaan nila ang kanilang paglipat doon sa permanente nilang pabahay. Ngayon kung tatanungin naman, matulad kanina, anong gagawin, hindi natin sila i-displace. Actually, gusto nga natin turuan sila at i-ready within year time, no, na mabuhay ng maayos, na may bahay na maayos na kasama ang kanilang pamilya. At eventually, alam naman natin, pag may pabahay project, no, ang ating pamahalaan, sinasama natin ang housing, ang livelihood component para matulungan yung ating mga beneficiary sa paglipat nila, ng kahandaan nila para mabuhay din ng maayos at may sariling hanap buhay. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, no, sa inyong kasagutan. Kaya ko po tinatanong yon kasi kailangan din natin makita yung ano ba yung rate ng dami ng mga ISFs natin ngayon, yung gusto nating i-resolve, yung ilan yung rate ng bumabalik kasi hindi kaya na ano, 'di ba? Hindi kaya o hindi sapat talaga, Mr. Speaker. Kasi parang Mr. Speaker, eto meron kang kailangang i-resolve pa na basic, no, na social services at saka pabahay para sa mga maralita. Pero kung magbibigay lang tayo ng rental subsidy, talagang stopgap lang talaga siya, Mr. Speaker. Yun naman yung sinasabi natin. Do you have data parang ganyan, percentage ng mga ISF natin sa ngayon na walang pabahay, etc.?
Mr. Speaker, to you, Congresswoman Arlene, before with data, we will present to you. But I just want to again reiterate na may kwalifikasyon yung mga o benepisyaryo tungkol dito ha, yung mga nasa danger zone. Yan kahit wala itong bawal talaga na nandyan ang bahay nila nasa danger zone. Kaya dapat sila ay lumikas. At malaking tulong itong rental subsidy sa kanilang magkaroon ng disenteng pamamahay habang naghihintay ng relokasyon kung wala pang relokasyon. No? Kaya hindi siya, masasabi natin na ang batas na ito ay malaking kaaluwanan sa kanila kasi mabibigyan ng ayuda at mabibigyan sila ng pagpili na makahanap ng pamamahay na decent at maayos para sa kanilang buong pamilya. Inuulit ko, may danger zone, no? Pangalawa, meron tayong yung mga apektado under transmission line, yung sa tabing ilog, lahat ito, no? Ito ang una, no, na kwalipikado doon sa rental subsidy program na meron ng batas na ito. And sa tanong mo regarding sa what are current informal settlers family per region, umaabot na tayo ng 3.7 million total. Oo, kaya mayroon tayong housing crisis. Oo. Based on shelter plan prepared by local government units from 2013 to 2021.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Madam Sponsor, sinabi nyo na 3.7 million, malaki-laki po yun. Ano? Siyempre, kung titingnan ko, from the point of view ng mawawala doon sa kanyang lugar, kahit pa sabihin ninyo na danger zone areas yan, and I'm sure kaya lang naman naalisin sa mga lugar na iyon ay dahil maaaring may proyekto na itatayo. Bakit ka magtatayo ng proyekto dun sa mga danger zone areas in the first place, di ba? Parang, at papaalisin mo yung mga nakatira doon. Or maaaring magtatayo ng housing, hindi nga papayagan na magtayo ng housing sa mga danger zone areas. So ano ang mangyayari doon? Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker,
Kaya po iniisip, nilalagay ko yung lugar ko sa tatamaan halimbawa ng proyekto na yan. And I will be displaced dahil sa mga ganitong reasons. Parang hindi po katanggap-tanggap, no? Na parang mapapaalis ako doon sa lugar samantalang tatayuan pala ng mga proyekto o programa or projects ng government itself, pero ako yung mapapaalis. Pero at the expense or excuse na danger zone area siya.
yeah.
Yun. And bibigyan na lang ako ng rental subsidy para mag-rent na lang ako sa iba and magpatuloy na mag-rent dahil gagamitin yung lupa or yung lugar kung saan ako nakatira for now.
Yes.
Then I would choose na manatili ako sa lugar na yon, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, of course, dun sa mga danger areas like sa mga estero, ang itatayong project dun ay flood control, yung mga retaining wall, yung mga riprap. Ang dami-daming ngayong nakatira ng ISF sa ibabaw ng estero. Yan ay napakadelikado sa kanilang buhay at sa buong pamilya nila. Kaya isa sa tinutukoy ng rental subsidy program na ito ay yung mga katulad ng ating nabanggit na yung mga nakatira sa estero, yung mga nasa riverbanks, yan yung dapat na unang tinutulungan ng rental subsidy program na ito. At ang proyektong tinutukoy natin ay para sa flood control din na isa rin, no, sa programa ng ating gobyerno na dapat may ayos. So malinaw naman na sinasabi ng batas na yung mga nasa danger areas. At ano yung mga proyekto? Of course, hindi pwede pabahay dahil danger area nga. Kaya dapat ayusin yung mga flood control o mitigating projects for flood control.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, kaugnay sa sinabi ninyo. Sana po hindi excuse talaga ito, no, para ma-displace yung ating mga mamamayan. But anyway, may isang point po ako kaugnay pa sa section ng Section 6 pa rin ito, Mr. Speaker. Yung rental subsidy beneficiaries who maintain good payment standings shall be prioritized as beneficiaries in government housing programs. Ano po yung plano sa mga hindi kayang ma-maintain ang good payment standing? Kasi ngayon, tinanong ko nga kanina kung nagbabayad, ang sabi nga sa atin kanina, hindi nga makabayad yung ilang porsyento sa, di ba, housing program. So, Mr. Speaker, ito, maintain good payment standing shall be prioritized. Lalo na sa mga individual at pamilya na hindi kakasya yung kanilang kakarampot na sahod para sa kanilang pang-araw-araw na gastusin, hindi na nga sila makapag-maintain ng good payment standing, hindi pa sila mapapasama bilang benepisyaryo ng rental subsidy. Ano po yung gagawin para sa mga individual at mga pamilyang ito, Mr. Speaker?
The Honorable Benitez may reply.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to respond. No? In fact, the way the language of the bill is written, because I think this is the fear of the good representative from Gabriela, the flat rental subsidy rate of 3,500 for those living in Metro Manila and a rental subsidy rate to be determined by the SHUD and the NEDA for those living in other regions. Even though it is assumed to be flat as a rental subsidy, in fact, if the ISF is able to find a 3,500 peso, it can be equivalent to the entirety of the rent, so long as it doesn't exceed 3,500. That is why it says that the beneficiaries shall pay to the lessor that portion of the rental fee not covered by the subsidy. So should the subsidy cover the entirety of the rental, then there is no need for the beneficiary to pay more. But it is true that the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development has to make sure that this goes, in fact, into housing, no? Rather than being used to pay for other equally important necessities of our ISFs, which, on the other hand, ought to be addressed by other government agencies, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, yung tinatanong ko po ay tungkol sa good payment standing, di ba? So yung concept ng good payment standing na ito. So paano yung iba na hindi, anong programa sa kanila? They will avail of different kinds of programs of the government, pero hindi sila papasok dito sa rental subsidy program. Mr. Speaker, ganun ba yon?
Mr. Speaker, the language of maintain good payment standings shall be prioritized as beneficiaries in government housing programs assumes, Mr. Speaker, that those who are motivated to use the money primarily for housing and shelter are assumed to therefore be those that will continue to use the subsidy for housing, Mr. Speaker.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, so, consider ba sila na mga walang-wala talaga dito sa rental subsidy program? Yun na lang, sagutin nyo na lang po yun ng oo hindi. Kasi yun yung tanong sa atin eh, 'di ba? Kung prioritize the good payment standing, prioritization lang yon. Pero i-include ba yung mga, i-include ba yung iba pa na hindi kaya?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The answer is yes.
Yes. At kahit kulang yung pambayad nila ay mabibigay sa kanila. Ganon, Mr. Speaker. Ganon yung itsura niyan. Basta guaranteeing na yun ay mapupunta sa housing.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
That's the point. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kasi yung kasunod na question po ay kaugnay doon, Mr. Speaker. Isa rin sa mga gustong linawin natin dito, kung yung rental subsidy ay direktang mapupunta sa benepisyaryo o sa mga may-ari ng kanilang inuupahan. May ganun ba?
Mr. Speaker, that in that aspect, the bill is actually silent, Mr. Speaker. Depending at this point on the disposition of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development as to which means might be most efficient and most useful, no, programmatically for them to implement, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, so pwede sa IRR magkaroon ng mga
Modalities, Mr.
yes,
Speaker.
oo, modalities,
Yes.
flexibility on that. Mr. Speaker, paano makakasiguro yung mga rental subsidy na ito mabibigay buwan-buwan at hindi malilate? Tapos kung ganoon ang mga rental spaces, may mga kasunduan para sa mga hindi nakakapagbayad ng kanilang mga renta sa takdang panahon, posible ba silang mapalayas sa kanilang mga rerentahang, syempre, di ba, dahil hindi nga sila makakapagbayad on time, maaari silang mapalayas sa kanilang mga, ano nang mangyayari sa kanila pag hindi sila makakapagbayad. Technically, Mr. Speaker, babalik sila sa kung saan yung dating komunidad or bahay na naroon sila, Mr. Speaker. Kasi yun yung di ba? So, Mr. Speaker, paano magagaranti na buwan-buwan maibibigay, hindi malilate, etc., nasa IRR pa yon?
Mr. Speaker, that will have to appear in the IRR, and the department may have to find mechanisms by which to ensure that the money, number one, comes with regularity, and number two, is used for housing, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Limited talaga, no, Mr. Speaker, kasi it doesn't, hindi niya i-resolve yung housing problem, basically, ng bansa, no, Mr. Speaker. At hindi naman ganun ang intention ng bill, I know. Oo. But, Mr. Speaker, hindi kaya makadagdag ito sa poproblemahin ng mga ISFs natin kasi yun na nga yung sinasabi natin, ang intention ay hindi makapagpalayas pero pag wala kang maibayad, mapapalayas ka talaga. Tapos saan ka punta? Balik ka ulit doon sa komunidad kung nasan ka. Kaso, yung mga komunidad na yun, ipagbabawal na sila ay bumalik doon dahil dito sa bill na ito, Mr. Speaker. So, finally, Mr. Speaker, mag-iisang oras na po. Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Speaker. Pero itong mga puntos po na sinasabi namin, we are really concerned dito sa potential misuse ng rental subsidy bill. Kahit pa sabihin ng ating butihing mga sponsors na this will not be a pretext to expedite yung community. Ayaw natin na maging pretext ito na ma-expedite yung mga community demolition processes, etc. Ayaw natin na lalo pang ma-demolish yung mga mamamayan natin sa ganitong paraan. Kasi, di ba, ang mga issue ng tumanggap ka na ng rental subsidy, so therefore, you agree na umalis na dito, and when they agreed with that, etc., tapos hindi na sila makakabalik ulit, di mas marami o mas marami pang mga mahihirap ang maapektuhan nito, Mr. Speaker. So, while the intent may be to provide housing support, there's a legitimate worry talaga that this initiative could pave the way para mas lalo silang ma-displace under the guise of assistance. Yun, Mr. Speaker, ang aming worry dito. And that's the last of my, yun po ang huli ng aking interpellasyon. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po sa ating good sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honorable Brosas. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Stella Kimbo, the 2nd District of Marikina, for her interpellation.
The Honorable Stella Kimbo is recognized for her interpellation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the good sponsor yield to very few questions?
With great pleasure, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Mr. Speaker, ang katanungan ko lang po ay tungkol sa definition ng term na beneficiary. Kasi alam naman po natin na, of course, pagdating po sa informal settlers, alam naman po natin na ang mga households natin ay merong mga multiple families. So alam po ba natin on the average kung ilan po ba ang bilang ng pamilya sa bawat household on the average?
Mr. Speaker, on average 5, is that correct? I believe the good sponsor has a better sense and grasp, Mr. Speaker.
Well, sa pagkakaalam ko po kasi, ang hawak ko po na datos ay medyo luma na. It's 2011 piece of information at wala pa po akong updated info, kaya baka naman alam ng DSUD. And based on the 2011 Philippine Statistics Authority data, it's 1.11 families per household. So baka naman alam po ng DSUD kung ano ba ang updated number sa ngayon.
Mr. Speaker, the department is actually currently undergoing a new survey. There is no more recent data than the 1.5 that you have pointed out.
All right, so siguro pwede natin i-assume na with the population growth, malamang siguro nasa more or less 2 families per household makalipas ang halos isang dekada since 2011. Okay, so having said that, lilinawin lang po natin. So, pag sinabing beneficiary dito, ang sinasabi po ba natin ay household or family?
Mr. Speaker, the definition on the third page is households, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so at so tama po. So ayan. So kahit na po doon sa section B ay nakasulat informal settler families, it clearly states naman po na households ang ating bibilangin. So gusto ko lang pong banggitin ito para maging maliwanag na ang intent po natin is ang pagbibigay ng subsidiya ay sa bawat household. So kahit na po dalawa po ang pamilya sa bawat household, ang eligible household na yan ay makakatanggap ng 3,500. At hindi po sa sitwasyon na yon na may dalawang pamilya, 7,000.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker.
Yon, para lang po maliwanag sa pagko-compute po natin ng appropriations taon-taon na ang reckoning po natin is households at hihintayin po natin ang updated po na survey ng DSUD at sana po as soon as you get that updated information, pakishare na lang po sa Committee on Appropriations para na-anticipate po natin ang required resources po natin kung maging batas po ito.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we will comply.
Ayun lang po. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the good
Majority
sponsor.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there be no other members who wish to interpellate. I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is open.
Mr. Speaker, there be no committee amendments nor individual amendments. I move that we close the period of
Is
amendments.
there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 9506.
As many as are in favor of House Bill 9506, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 9506 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider on third reading House Bill number 9134, copies of which have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules. And for such purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 9134 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 9134. an act strengthening the mechanical engineering profession, amending for the purpose sections 33 and 34 of Republic Act Number 8495, otherwise known as the Philippine Mechanical Engineering Act of 1998. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 9134. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adjong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulutpigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Kuwangko Jaime Eduardo Mark, Kuwangko Mark, Colada, Collantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Deanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Cardos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Idela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garjola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Gintu, Gullas, Gutierrez, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Oribata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kunghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagun Daphne, Lagun Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Lim Kaichong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Waminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Pimilis, Agabas, Umaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Bryan, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sede Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Chodoro, Teves, Chanco, Cheng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Rendel, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafredo Luis Raymond, Villafredo Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Crishantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edric, Yap Eric, Divina Grace, UJ Sal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call in consideration, third reading of House Bill number 9134. Acharon, Almario, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Barzaga, Bautista, Biron, Bulilla, Calderon, Co Angelica Natasha, Coli Elizaldi, De Venecia, De Los Santos, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Ecleo, Fernandez, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Frasco, Garcia Pablo Jan, Gato, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Horibata, Labad-Labad, Libanan, Mariano Hernandez, Mendoza, Nograles Margarita, Olaso, Paduano, Pimentel, Permisius Agabas, Pumaren, Romulo, Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Salvame, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Solon, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tutor, T, Unabia, Ungab, Velasco, Villa, Villafrede Luis Raymond, Villafrede Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Divina Grace, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 246 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 9134 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading House Bill number 9292, copies of which have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules. For such purpose, may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 9292 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9292, an act mandating the inclusion of a personal financial literacy course in the technical vocational education and training curriculum of technical vocational institutions and technical education and skills development authority training centers. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9292. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charona, Sidre, Ako, Padyong, Edwin Cula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Matong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysa, Arbisa Narena, Sarogancia, Sistio, Atay de Aumentada, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascook, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Monggalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Pigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, Franz, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko, Angelica, Natasha, Ko, Elizaldi, Ko, Pilar, Ko, Juanco, Jaime, Eduardo, Marco, Juanco, Marco, Lada, Colyantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dali, Pedalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza de Jesus de Venecia, Defensor del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City, Amina, Dionisio Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, and Vargas Codero, Espares, Espinastrella, Yudelio, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fesnedi, Fentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gutierrez, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horebata, Javier, Ko, Olga, Ara, Ko, Ricardo, Ko, Wilton, Kunghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Limcachong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel Maron, Nyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibang, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Maminal, Olaso, Olivares, Juan Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Premisa, Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Siada Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque Sakdalan sa Garbaria sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Zuarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambu, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Tutorti, Umali Unabia, Ungab Uy, Valeriano Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Velosa, Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza, Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Crishantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 9292. Acharon, Almario, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Barzaga Bautista, Biron Bolilla Calderon, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde de Venecia, de los Santos, Duavit Duhali Duterte Ecleo Fernandez, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Frasco Garcia, Pablo Jan, Gato Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Horibata, Labad-Labad, Libanan, Mariano Hernandez, Mendoza, Nograles, Margarita, Olaso, Paduano, Pimentel, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Romulo, Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Salvame, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald Solon, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tutor T. Unabia Unga, Velasco, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, U. Divina Grace, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 246 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill Number 9292 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading House Bill Number 9294, copies of which have been previously distributed to the members. May I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 9294 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill Number 9294, an act protecting the rights of all workers, workers' organizations, and unions from interference by their employers, public authorities, or their agents, and providing penalties for violations thereof. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 9294. Abalo Sabante Abunda, Charona Sidre, Ako Padyong, Advinco Lagarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arena, Sarogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolivia, Bondok, Mongolon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castor Franz, Castor Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Shungalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Co Juanco, Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Co Juanco Mark, Colado, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma, Dagok, Daribe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo, City Amina, Dionisio Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Yan Paul Ecleo, Emano, and Verga Escudero Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnetti, Fetibella, Galios, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin, Gasataya Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Nepsali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta Gico, Ginto, Gules, Gutierrez, Aresco, Ataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Oribata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Ko Ngun, Labadabad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Linkay Chong, Loyola, Luister, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquez, Manuel Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado, Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Mordendo, Vanisay, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Minal, Olaso, Olivar, Songchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual Peña, Pimentel Plaza. Pleito Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Regencia, Rimulya, Revilla Brian, Revilla Monjolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eloyo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdo Siede Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sakdalan sa Garberia, sa Kaluran Salceda Sali, Sanimbangon Salo, Salvame Santos, Saulog Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mian, Solon Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Watco, Tarielia, Tudorot, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Tutor, Tio Malio Nabio Ongab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill 9294. Acharon Almario Alvarez Jose Alvarez Mercedes Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Barzaga, Bautista Biron, Bolidia Calderon, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizaldi, De Venecia de los Santos, Duave Duhali Duterte, Cleo Fernandez, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Frasco Garcia Pablo John, Gato Gomez, Gonzaga Gonzalez Sandro, Horibata Labad-Labad Libanan, Mariano Hernandez Mendoza, Nograles Margarita, Olaso Paduano Pimentel, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Romulo, Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Salvame, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Solon, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tutor, T. Unabia, Unga, Velasco, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Yu Divina Grace, Zamora, Maria Carmen.
With 245 members voting in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 9294 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I request that you recognize Representative Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List to explain her vote.
The Honorable Arlene D. Brosas of the Party List Gabriela is recognized to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, Gabriela Women's Party votes with a resounding yes to House Bill 9294, or the Anti-Union Interference Bill, which we principally authored as concrete response to the string of attacks against workers who are merely exercising their right to organize. Makasaysayan ang pagpasa ng panukalang batas na ito dahil sa unang pagkakataon, inaprubahan ng panukala sa huling pagbasa ng Kamara at magkakaroon ng tsansa na umabante pa sa Senado. Higit pa rito, makasaysayan ang pagpasang ito dahil sa ilalim ng panukala, itinuturing bilang paglabag sa karapatan ng mga manggagawang mag-organisa ang red tagging, profiling, harassment at ang pagsasagawa ng mga anti-union seminar na talamak ngayon sa iba't ibang kumpanya. Kung maisa sa batas ito. Sinimulan natin ng taon sa pamamagitan ng aktibong paglahok sa high-level tripartite mission ng International Labor Organization or ILO hinggil sa mga paglabag sa freedom of association ng mga manggagawang Pilipino. Nagsumite tayo ng ulat hinggil sa mga di umuusad na mga panukalang batas at resolusyon na naglalayong payabungin ang pag-uunyon sa bansa. Ngayon, positibo na tatapusin natin ang taon na may hakbang pasulong ang Anti-Union Interference Bill at may final approval na ng mababang kapulungan. May this day serve as a glimmer of hope to all our workers who are bearing the brunt of intensified attacks and interference from state security forces and company personnel. Magtutuloy ang ating kampanya na maipasa ang panukalang ito hanggang maging ganap na batas at naway patuloy na maging katuwang ang kapulungang ito sa pagtataguyod sa karapatan ng mga manggagawang magtayo ng unyon. Dahil tanging ang unyon ang mabisang lunsaran ng panawagan para makipagtawaran para sa nakabubuhay na sahod, dagdag na benepisyo, regularisasyon at mas makataong kalagayan sa paggawa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider on third reading House Bill number 9305, copies of which have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules. For such purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 9305 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 9305, an act expanding the use of the Legal Assistance Fund and the Agarang Kalinga at Saklolo para sa mga OFWs na nangangailangan, Action Fund, amending for the purpose Section 26 of Republic Act Number 8042, otherwise known as the Migrant Workers and Overseas Filipinos Act of 1995 as amended, and Section 14 of the Republic Act Number 11641, otherwise known as the Department of Migrant Workers Act. Organ of members in consideration, third reading of House Bill number 9305. Abal sa Bante Abunta at Charon, Asidre, Ako, Padjong, at Binko, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almaro, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Agansya, Asisto, Atayde, Umentado, Balindong, Barbers, Baranda, Barzaga, Boskug, Bautista, Lim, Benitez, Bernas, Billones, Biron, Bolila, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Busita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, But, Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahain, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Caso, James, Leslie, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chong, Alauco, Angelica, Natasha, Co, Rizaldi, Co, Pilar, Cojuanco, Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Cojuanco, Mark, Colada, Colentes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cuba, Cuaresma, Cadago, Dalibe, Dalog, Diang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De los Santos, De Maporo, Mohamed Kari, De Maporo, Sita Amina, Junicio Domingo, Duavi, Tuhali, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emmanuel, Verga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Federer, Antonio, Fer, Judith Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Guerreros, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Dante, Garcia, Jose Oturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo Jan, Garcia, Vincent, Garjora, Guerrilla, Sataya, Gato, Go, Christopher, Go, Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzales, Aurelio, Gonzales, Neptali, Gonzales, Sandro, Groseta, Gico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Jerez, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Conghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagun, Daphne, Lagun, Sani, Lara, Lasatin, Di, Ligarda, Diban, Lim, Kay Chong, Loyola, Luiso, Lumayag, Makapagala, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsina, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miguel Momo, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Norasco, Obinal, Olaso, Rivares, Unchuan, Odanes, Ortega, Juan, Dizon, Padianos, Paduano, Pagdas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Prito, Primis, Agabas, Pumaran, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Ray, Torrencio, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon, Jolo, Reyes, Rilo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand, Martin, Romualdez, Yede Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roca, Sakdan, sa Galbario, sa Kaluran, sa Seda, Sali, sa Bangon, Salo, Salveme, Santos, sa Ulog, Silvero, Singson, Richard, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mihan, Solon, Suan, Suan, Sing, Horacio, Suan, Si, Micaela, Angela, Suarez, Taliato, Tamayo, Tan Bunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynos, Michael, Tan Samuel, Tan Stephen, James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Dariela, Chodoro, Tebas, Chanco, Chen, Tolentino, Tulfo, Erwin, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tulfo, Rafael, Tupa, Sutortid, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmero, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Tuason, Vergara, Villasosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa, Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Crisantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edwick, Yap Eric, Yu Divine Grace, UJC Victoria, Euro, Zamora, Amparo Maria, Zamora, Maria Carmen, Zamora, Isabel Maria, Subiri. Second call of members in consideration, third reading of House Bill number 9305. Acharon, Almario, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Matawang Barsuaga, Bautista, Biron, Bodillo, Calderon, Co, Angelica Natasha, Co, Elizalde, De Venecia, De los Santos, David, Duhari, Duterte, Cleo, Fernandez, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Frasco, Garcia, Pablo Jan, Gato, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Sandro, Ribata, Labad-Labad, Dibanan, Mariano Hernandez, Mendoza, Nograles Margarita, Olaso, Paduana, Pimentel, Permisa, Gabas, Pamaran, Romulo, Sakdalan, Sakalura, Salpame, Singson, Richel, Singson, Ronald, Solon, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Simier, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tutor, T. Unabia, Ungab, Velasco, Villa, Villafeto, Luis Raymond, Villafeto, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaras Suarez, Yudi Vinegres, Zamora, Maria Carmen.
With 246 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 9305 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 9347, copies of which have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules. May I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 9347 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9347, an act providing for the Magna Carta of the out-of-school youth. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9347. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acopad, yung Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arena, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Lim, Benitez, Bernas, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Busita, Biones, Brasas, Buhayin, Bulot, Begtang, Busas, Cabredo, Cagas, Cahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calisto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro, Jean, Celeste, Chanchato, Chuo, Chunggalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Colyantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, Divinesia, Defensor del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City, Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duawit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Dante, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo John, Garcia, Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Gomar, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio, Gonzales, Neptali, Gonzales, Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kunghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara Lezatin, Liligarda, Libanan, Libkajang Loyola, Luis Tulamayek, Makapag-Alaroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miguel Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Leito, Premisa Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand, Martin, Romualdez, Yada Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagabaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvames, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves de Angco, Tieng Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Totorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriana, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Velosa, Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Crishantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, U. Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9347. Acharon, Almario, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Barzaga, Bautista, Biron, Bolilia, Calderon, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, De Venecia, De Los Santos, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Ecleo, Fernandez, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flasco, Garcia, Pablo Jan, Gato, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Sandro, Horibata, Labad-Labad, Libanan, Mariano Hernandez, Mendoza, Nograles Margarita, Olaso, Paduano, Pimentel, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Romulo Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Salva, Singson, Rachel, Singson, Ronald, Solon, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tutor T. Unabia, Unga, Velasco, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa, Suarez, UD Vinagris, Zamora, Maria Carmen.
With 246 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 9347 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the omnibus consideration on third reading of the following House bills. House Bill number 9470, 9471, 9472, 9473, 9474, 9475, 9476, 9477, 9478, 9479, 9480, 9481, 9482, 9483, 9484, 9485, 9486, 9487, 9488, 9489, 9490, 9491, 9492, 9493, 9494, 9495, and 9496. Copies of which have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules, and may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said bills and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of all the aforementioned bills creating regional and municipal trial courts and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 9470, an act creating one additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 9th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Labason, province of Zamboanga del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14J of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9471, an act creating 4 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in the 2nd Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipalities of Diadi, Quezon, Santa Fe, and Alfonso Castañeda, province of Nueva Vizcaya, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 30 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9472, an act creating 4 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 11th Judicial Region to be stationed in General Santos City, province of South Cotabato, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 29 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9473, an act creating 1 additional branch of the Regional Trial Court and 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in the 6th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Ibahay, province of Aklan, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14G and Section 30 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9474, an act creating 6 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 6th Judicial Region to be stationed in the cities of Silay and Victorias, province of Negros Occidental, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14G of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9475, an act creating 1 additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 1st Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of La Paz, province of Abra, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14A of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9476, an act creating 1 additional branch of the Municipal Trial Court in the 1st Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of La Trinidad, province of Benguet, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 30 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9477, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 7th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipalities of Candihay and Valencia, province of Bohol, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14H of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9478, an act creating 1 additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 6th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Kabangkalan, province of Negros Occidental, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14G of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9479, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 8th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Maasin and in the municipality of Sogod, province of Southern Leyte, and appropriating funds therefore. Amending for the purpose Section 14I of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9480, an act creating 1 additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 11th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Sulop, province of Davao del Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. Amending for the purpose Section 14L of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9481, an act creating 4 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipalities of Rosario and San Juan, province of Batangas, and appropriating funds therefore. Amending for the purpose Section 14E of Batas Pambansa 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9482, an act creating 1 additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 9th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of San Miguel, province of Zamboanga del Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. Amending for the purpose Section 14J of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9483, an act creating 10 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and 3 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Santa Rosa, province of Laguna, and appropriating funds therefore. Amending for the purpose Section 14E and Section 29 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended.
House Bill 9484, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 5th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Labo, province of Camarines Norte, and providing funds therefore. Amending for the purpose Section 14F of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Organization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9485, an act creating 1 additional branch of the Municipal Trial Court in the 10th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Socorro, province of Surigao del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. Amending for the purpose Section 30 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9486, an act creating 8 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the National Capital Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Caloocan and appropriating funds therefore. Amending for the purpose Section 14D of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9487, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in the 6th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipalities of Santa Barbara and Pavia, province of Iloilo, and appropriating funds therefore. Amending for the purpose Section 30 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9488, an act creating 1 additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 7th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Mualboal, province of Cebu, and appropriating funds therefore. Amending for the purpose Section 14H of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9489, an act creating 1 additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 2nd Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Alicia, province of Isabela, and appropriating funds therefore. Amending for the purpose Section 14B of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9490, an act creating 4 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 11th Judicial Region and appropriating funds therefore. Amending for the purpose Section 14L of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9491, an act creating 3 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 6th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Pasig and in the municipality of Dumangas, province of Iloilo, and appropriating funds therefore. Amending for the purpose Section 14G of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9492, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities and in the 11th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Mati, province of Davao Oriental, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14L and Section 129 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9493, and creating 4 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region, 2 of which to be designated as family courts to be stationed in the municipalities of Brooks Point and Coron, and 2 of which to be designated as special courts for environmental cases to be stationed in the municipalities of Coron and Rojas, all in the province of Palawan, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14E of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9494, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 11th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Tagum, province of Davao del Norte, appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 129, Section 29 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill 9495, an act creating 1 additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 10th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Maramag, province of Bukidnon, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14K of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended, and House Bill 9496, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 2nd Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Ilagan and in the municipality of Tamawini, province of Isabela, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14B of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended.
Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of the aforementioned House bills. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Aco, Padyong, Advincula, Garaw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Sisto, Atayde, Aumentada, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Mungalon, Bordado, Busita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Busos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calisto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro, Jean, Celeste Chan, Chato, Chua, Chunggalaw, Ko, Angelica, Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Ko, Juan, Ko, Jaime, Eduardo, Mark, Ko, Juan, Ko, Mark, Colada, Colyantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagok, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, De Maporo, Muhammad Cali, De Maporo City, Amina, Dionisio Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian, Paul, Cleo, Emano, Envergas, Cordero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yodela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresneri, Fentebella, Galeos, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Dante, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garinga, Sataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio Gonzales, Neptali Gonzales, Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horivata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kunghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon, Sani, Lara Lazatin, Lili, Garda, Libanan, Limgajong, Loyola, Luis Lumayag, Makapagalaroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miguel Momo, Mordena, Vanisa, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongjuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Plato, Premisa Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand, Martin, Romualdez, Yada, Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson, Rochelle, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing, Horacio, Swansing, Micaela, Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Totorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration on third reading of the following House bills: Acharon, Almario, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Barzaga, Bautista, Beron Bolilla, Calderon, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizaldi, Divinesia de los Santos, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Ecleo, Fernandez, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Frasco, Garcia, Pablo Jan, Gato, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez, Sandro, Horibata, Labad-Labad, Libanon, Mariano Hernandez, Mendoza, Nograles, Margarita, Olaso, Paduano, Pimentel, Premisa, Sagabas, Pumaren, Romulo, Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Salvame, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Solon, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Totorti, Onabia, Unga, Velasco, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza, Suarez, U Divina Grace, Zamora, Maria Carmen.
With 246 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill numbers 9470, 9471, 9472, 9473, 9474, 9475, 9476, 9477, 9478, 9479, 9480, 9481, 9482, 9483, 9484, 9485, 9486, 9487, 9488, 9489, 9490, 9491, 9492, 9493, 9494, 9495, and 9496 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the omnibus consideration on third reading, House Bills number 9396 and 9519, copies of which have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules. May I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said bills and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of House Bill 9396 and 9519 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9396, an act declaring the waters surrounding Panaon Island in the municipalities of Liloan, Pintuyan, San Francisco, and San Ricardo in the province of Southern Leyte a protected area with a category of protected seascape under the National Integrated Protected Area System to be referred to as the Panaon Island Protected Seascape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9519, an act declaring the acacia trees in the municipality of Binalonan, province of Pangasinan, as local heritage trees and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 9396 and 9519. Abalo Sabante Abunda Charon Asidre Ako Padyong Advincula Agaraw Alba Albalno Almario Almonte Alonte Alvarez Jose Alvarez Mercedes Alvarez Pantaleon Amante Amatong Ang Angara Aquino Aquino Magsaysay Arbison Arenas Arrogancia Asistio Atay de Aumentado Balindong Barba Barbers Baronda Barzaga Bascog Bautista Bautista Lim Benitez Bernos Billones Biron Bolilla Bondok Mongolon Bordado Bosita Briones Borosas Buhain Bolitbegtan Bustos Cabredo Cagas, Kayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste Chan, Chato, Chua, Shongalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Lizaldi, Co Pilar, Co Juanco Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Co Hanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua Quaresma, Dagok, Daripe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Di Maporo, Muhammad Kali, Di Maporo, Siti Amina, Dionisio Domingo, Duavi, Duali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero Espares, Espina Estrella, Yudelda Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes Frasco, Fresnetti, Fentibele, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin, Gasataya Gato, Goed Christopher, Gomar, Goles Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptuelid, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta Gico, Ginto Gulias, Gutierrez, Arescuata Manat Hernandez, Herrera Horibata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Co Moon, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara Lazatin, Lee Ligarda, Libanan, Lincaichong, Loyola, Luiso, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marina, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Moma, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Aminal, Nolaso, Olivares, Songchuan, Ordanes, Orteco, Juan Odizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual Peña, Pimentel Plaza. Plato, Primicia Sagabas, Pomaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Hensha, Rimulya, Revilla Brian, Revilla Monjolo, Reyes, Rilla, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Uyoyo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Saknalan sa Garberia, sa Caluron, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Sala, Salvami, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez Taliado Tamayo, Tambuting Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Watco, Tariela Teodoro, Teves Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tufo Irwin, Tufo Jocelyn, Tufo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Utorti, Umali, Onabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Balmayor, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Velosotuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yam Suwan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration of on third reading of House Bills number 9396 and 9519. At Sharon Almario, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Barzaga Bautista Biron, Bolidia Calderon, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, De Venecia de los Santos, David Duhali, Duterte Eclair, Fernandez Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Frasco Garcia Pablo Jan, Gato Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzalez Sandro, Oribata Labad-Labad, Libanan, Mariano Hernandez Mendoza, Nograles Margarita, Olaso Paduano, Pimentel Permisia Sagabas, Pumaren, Romulo Sakdalan, Sakaluran Salvame, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Solon, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tutorti, Unabia, Ungab, Velasco, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva Villar, Villar Suarez, Yu Divina Grace, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 247 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill numbers 9396 and 9519 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the omnibus consideration on third reading House Bills number 9468 and 9469, copies of which have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules. May I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 9468 and 9469 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 9468, an act establishing a district office of the Land Transportation Office in the Municipality of Pandan, Province of Antique, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9469, an act converting the Land Transportation Office of the Neta District Office into a Class A District Office, renaming the same as the Land Transportation Office, B na Law District Office, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration third reading of House Bill numbers 9468 and 9469. Abra Sabante Abunda, Sharon Isidre, Acop Adjong, Vincula Agaro, Alba, Albana, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong Ang, Gara, Aquino, Kinuig Saysay, Arbison, Ares, Algansya, Asisto, Etayda, Amintado, Balindong, Barbara, Barbers, Baranda, Barsaga, Pascu, Bautista, Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bodilla, Wondok, Mugiron, Bordado, Busita, Biron, Esposas, Buhain, Burutectang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahain, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Wagdan, Caldema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro, James, Resta, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungadaw, Ko Angelica, Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juan, Ko Jaime, Eduardo, Mark, Ko Juan, Ko Mark, Ko Lada, Ko Lendes, Ko Rivera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Coras, Madagok, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, De Venso, Del Mar, Los Santos, De Maporo, Mohamed Gad, De Maporo, City Amina, Junicio, Domingo, Duavid, Duhal, Duterte, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael, Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Cleo, Emmanuel, Vergo, Esquidor, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Ideta, Farinas, Fernandez, Fer Antonio, Fer, Judith, Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco Fresnetti Fendebello Gallegos Garcia, Albert Garcia, Dante Garcia, Jose Arturo Garcia, Maria Angela Garcia, Pablo John Garcia, Vincent Garjora, Garin Casataya, Gato Goy, Christopher Go, Margolis, Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro Guruseta, Glico, Ginto, Julius Gutierrez Aresco, Hataman Hernandez Herrera, Oribata Javier Go, Olga Alcor, Ricardo Co, Wilton Conjun, Labad Dacson, Dacson Noel, Lagman, Lagun Daphne, Lagun Sani, Lara Lasatin, Liligada, Libanan, Dimkechong, Loyola, Luis Lumay, Makapagal Arroyo, Macedo Madron, Magsina, Malapitan, Mga Manikis, Manuel Maranyo, Margoleta, Marcos Mariana Hernandez, Marino, Marquez Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Morden Nava, Nisay, Nogras, Fidel Felipe, Nogras, Margarita, Norasco, Wamiliano, Olaso, Olivares, Onchuan, Odanes, Ortega, Juan Dizon, Padianos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Pleito, Manusis, Agabas, Pumaran, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Ray, Torrencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Roman Jolo, Reyes, Rio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Sierra Maria, Romualdo, Romo, Roque, Sakdaran, Sagrabaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salis, Rimbaon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silvero, Sinson Richard, Sinson Ronald, Sinson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Sansing, Horacio, Swansing, Micaela, Angela, Suarez, Taglado, Tamayo, Tambuting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Michael, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Semir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambu, Tan Chay, Tan Watio, Tariela, Chodoro, Teves, Changkot, Cheng, Tolentino, 2 for Erwin, 2 for Jocelyn, 2 for Ralph Fendel, 2 pa sa Torti, Umali, Unabe, Uy, Valeriano, Walmir, Vargas, Maris Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuason, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafeto, Luis Raymond, Villafeto, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yam Suan, Yap Presentel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edwick, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jessel Victoria, Yudo, Zamora, Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration, third reading of House Bill numbers 9468 and 9469. Acharon, Almario, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Matong, Morsaga, Bautista, Biron, Bolilla, Calderon, Co, Angelica Natasha, Co, Elizalde, De Venecia, De Los Santos, Duavit, Duhari, Duterte, Cleo, Fernandez, Ferrer, Juliet, Marie, Frasco, Garcia, Pablo Jan, Gato, Gomez, Gonzago, Gonzalo, Sandro, Horibata, Labad-Labad, Dibanan, Mariano Hernandez, Mendoza, Nograles, Margarita, Olaso, Paduana, Pimentel, Primis, Agabas, Pumaran, Romulo, Sakdaran, Sakaluran, Salvame, Singson, Richel, Singson, Ronald, Solon, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambu, Tutor, T. Unabio, Unga, Velasco, Villa, Villafeto, Luis Raymond, Villafeto, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Yu Divina Grace, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 247 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill numbers 9468 and 9469 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the omnibus consideration on third reading, House Bills number 9500, 9501, 9507, 9508, and 9509, the copies of which have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules. May I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said bills and thereafter to call the roll for nominal
Is
voting.
there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of House Bill numbers 9500, 9501, 9507, 9508, and 9509, and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9500, an act changing the name of New Partido High School in Barangay Katagbakan, Municipality of Goa, Province of Camarines Sur to New Partido National High School. House Bill number 9501, an act changing the name of San Sebastian Fisheries High School in Barangay San Sebastian, Municipality of Logonoy, Province of Camarines Sur to San Sebastian National High School. House Bill 9507, an act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center in the 6th Congressional District of Quezon City and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9508, an act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center in the Municipality of Kawayan, Province of Biliran, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9509, an act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center in the Municipality of Rizal, Province of Nueva Ecija, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 9500, 9501, 9507, 9508, and 9509. Abalo Sabante Abunda Charon Asidre Ako Padyong Advincula Agaraw Alba Albano Almario Almonte Alonte Alvarez Jose Alvarez Mercedes Alvarez Pantaleon Amante Amatong Ang Angara Aquino Aquino Magsaysay Arbison Arenas Arrogancia Asistio Atayde Aumentado Balindong Barba Barbers Baronda Barzaga Bascu Bautista Bautista Lim Benitez Bernos Billones Biron Bolilia Bondok Monggalon Bordado Bosita Briones Brosas Buhain Bulot Begtang Bustos Cabredo Cagas Kahayon Uy Calderon Calixto Campos Kawagdan Cardema Cari Castro Franz Castro Jean Celeste Chan Chato Chua Chunggalaw Ko Angelica Natasha Ko Elizalde Ko Pilar Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mac Ko Juanco Mark Colada Colliantes Corvera Cruz Ambrosio Cruz Ricardo Cuwa Quaresma Dagook Dalipe Dalog Dayang Hirang Daza de Jesus de Venecia Defensor del Mar de los Santos Dimoporo Muhammad Kali Dimoporo City Amina Dionisio Domingo Duavit Duhali Duterte Di Faustino Ino Di Faustino Michael Carlos D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero Espares Espina Estrella Yodela Farinas Fernandez Ferrer Antonio Ferrer Juliet Marie Flores Fortes Frasco Fresnedi Fantebella Galeos Garcia Albert Garcia Dante Garcia Jose Arturo Garcia Maria Angela Garcia Pablo Jan Garcia Vincent Guardiola Garinga Sataya Gato Goed Christopher Gomark Goles Gomez Gonzaga Gonzales Aurelio Gonzales Neptali Gonzales Sandro Goriseta Guico Ginto Gulias Gutierrez Haresco Hataman Hernandez Herrera Horebata Javier Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kung Hun Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacsonoel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara Lazatin Lee, Ligarda Libanan, Limcachong Loyola, Luis Lamayog, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda Madrona, Magsino Malapitan, Mangawang Manikis, Manuel Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongjuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Owano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Plato, Premisa, Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Euloyo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yada Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque Sakdalan sa Garbaria sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salos, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutorti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriana, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, U. Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call, in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 9500, 9501, 9507, 9508, and 9509. Acharon Almario, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Barzaga Bautista, Biron, Bolilia, Calderon, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde de Venecia, De Los Santos, Duavit Duhali, Duterte, Ecleo, Fernandez, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Frasco, Garcia Pablo Jan, Gato, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Sandro, Horebata, Labad-Labad, Libanan, Mariano Hernandez, Mendoza, Nograles, Margarita, Olaso, Paduano, Pimentel, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Romulo, Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Salvame, Singson Rachel, Singson Ronald, Solon, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tutor, T. Unabia, Ungab, Velasco, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, U. Divina Grace, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 247 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill numbers 9500, 9501, 9507, 9508, and 9509 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the omnibus consideration on third reading House Bills number 9504 and 9505, copies of which have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules. May I request that Secretary General be directed to read the title of said bills and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of House Bills numbers 9504 and 9505 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9504, an act establishing a special economic zone in the city of Bacolod, province of Negros Occidental, creating for the purpose the Bacolod Special Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9505, an act establishing a special economic zone in the province of Bohol, creating for the purpose the Northern Bohol Special Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 9504 and 9505. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Chorona, Sidria, Ako, Padyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Kino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arena, Sarugansya, Sistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Basco, Bautista, Bautista, Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Biliones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondoc, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhayin, Bulitbegtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cayon, Il, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste Chanchato, Chua, Shongalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Colizade, Copilar, Cojuanco Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Cojuanco Mark, Colado, Coliantes, Covera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Cuaresma, Dugok, Delipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Junicio Domingo, David Duali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero Espares, Espina Estrelio de la Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Papajan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin, Gasataya Gato, Goet Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Aresco, Ataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Orebata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Congun, Labadabad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Kaichong, Loyola, Luister, Lumayang, Macapagal-Arroyo, Maceda, Madrono, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manipis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano, Hernandez, Marino Marquez, Martinez Mastura, Matibag Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Mordem, Nava, Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Lasco, Aminal, Olaso, Olivares, Songchuan, Orlanes, Ortega, Buan, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panadigan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pomaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Rimulya, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Iloyo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagabaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shay, Tan Watco, Tariel Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Vilmayor Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villal, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yudivina Grace, Yudjaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zuwiri. Second call of members on consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 9504 and 9505. Acharon Almario, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Barzaga, Bautista, Biron, Bolilia, Calderon, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, De Venecia, De Los Santos, Duavi, Duhali, Duterte, Ecleo Fernandez, Ferrell Juliet Marie, Frasco, Garcia Pablo Jan, Gato Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Orebata, Labad-Labad, Libanan, Mariana Hernandez Mendoza, Nograles Margarita, Olaso Paduano, Pimentel Primicia Sagabas, Pomaren, Romulo Sakdalan, Sakaluran Salvame, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald Solon, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tutor T. Unabia Unga Velasco, Villa, Villafuerte Remes Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, U Divina Grace, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 244 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 3 abstentions, House Bill numbers 9504 and 9505 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the immediate transmittal of copies of the bills which were approved on third reading in today's session.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for today, I move that we consider House Bill number 9034 as contained in Committee Report number 737 submitted by the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 9034.
House Bill number 9034, an act establishing the archipelagic sea lanes in the Philippine archipelagic waters, prescribing the rights and obligations of foreign ships and aircraft, exercising the right of archipelagic sea lanes passage.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs to begin the sponsorship of the measure.
The chairperson of the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Honorable Rachel Arenas of the 3rd District of Pangasinan, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I stand before you today with an urgent call to action, the call for the swift passage of House Bill 9034, an act establishing the archipelagic sea lanes in the Philippines' archipelagic waters, prescribing the rights and obligations of foreign ships and aircraft, exercising the right of archipelagic sea lanes passage. This bill will serve as our shield against nations challenging our sovereignty and reflect our commitment to fortifying the essence of our national interest. Its enactment is crucial in completing the Philippine archipelagic house and solidifying the integrity of our country's maritime domain. In 2009, the Philippines took a monumental step with the passage of the Baselines Law, aligning our maritime jurisdictions with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. This legislation affirmed our identity as an archipelagic state, unifying our scattered islands into one cohesive and singular entity, politically, economically, and culturally. However, this milestone marked only the first step in our journey toward full recognition as an archipelagic state. Still needs to be done, however, are the legislations on the following. 1, to define the maritime jurisdictions of the Philippines under UNCLOS, and 2, to designate the archipelagic sea lanes in Philippine archipelagic waters to rationalize and prevent arbitrary international passage in our archipelago. In May 2003, the House unanimously approved the bill defining the Philippine maritime zones on third reading. This leaves Congress with the final task of establishing the country's ASLs needed to secure our maritime sovereignty. As chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and a principal author of this legislation, allow me to emphasize its significance in 3 critical aspects: national security, protection of our maritime biodiversity, and compliance with our international obligations under UNCLOS. Number 1, our strategic position in the Indo-Pacific region underscores the sacred duty bestowed upon us, the duty to safeguard our territorial integrity and national security. With UNCLOS balancing the interests of archipelagic states and maritime powers, 2 options are before us: to proactively designate ASLs or to perilously waive this right in favor of foreign vessels. Recognizing the need to protect our territorial integrity and promote national security comes the wisdom embodied in House Bill 9034. choosing to define ASLs ourselves is far more preferable than relinquishing this right to maritime user states to determine their own routes normally used for international navigation. Asserting our sovereignty to delineate ASLs allows us to establish clear boundaries in alignment with our strategic objectives and ensure that the definition remains within the bounds of our national interest, free from external influence and interpretation. Aside from the 3 ASLs provided in the proposed measure, House Bill 9034 also empowers the President to substitute or add ASLs for compelling reasons relevant to national security, the preservation of key biodiversity areas, and the safety of navigation. Upon passage, this bill will undeniably fortify Philippine maritime security, furnishing us with substantial leverage to actively shape and influence the ever-evolving dynamics of the region's maritime environment. 2, the failure to designate ASLs not only endangers our national security, but strikes at the heart of our maritime biodiversity, a heritage passed down through generations. Non-designation of ASLs leaves our marine protected areas exposed and vulnerable. The unbridled passage of foreign vessels into Philippine waters poses a significant threat to the integrity of our precious coral reefs and the diverse marine life within the archipelago. Preserving a marine biodiversity, therefore, is a critical imperative. The damage to Tubataha Reef in 2013 is a stark reminder of the urgency of this patriotic endeavor. This bill meticulously outlines environmental responsibilities for foreign ships, placing us at the forefront of the battle to protect our precious marine ecosystems. 3, as a signatory to UNCLOS, the Philippines bears the responsibility of aligning its domestic legislation with the provisions of the Convention. The bill, aptly referencing the International Maritime Organization and universally accepted international regulations, underscores our commitment to fulfilling this obligation. While meticulously considering the diverse facets of our national interests, it is paramount that we assume the role of a responsible stakeholder in this community of nations. The designation of ASL should be viewed from the perspective of benefit and obligation. Though this is a unilateral act, maritime delimitation, inherently possessing an international dimension, compels us to act responsibly. As the world's second largest archipelagic state, the Philippines' SAL designation introduces a crucial element of stability and expectations between our nation and maritime user states. By relinquishing their historic right to absolute freedom of the seas within our designated ASLs, these states recognize the collaborative and cooperative spirit embodied by the Philippines. This strategic move not only enhances our diplomatic standing, but also positions us as an advocate of responsible maritime practices, fostering goodwill and cooperation within the international community. Mr. Speaker, it is for these reasons that I ask with a sense of urgency for the approval of House Bill 9034. This will not only send a stronger message to intruders, but also push us to strengthen further our vigilance in securing our territory, particularly in the West Philippine Sea. Mr. Speaker, let this legislation be a symbol that resonates through the corridors of time, declaring to the world that we are the defenders of our seas, the stewards of our heritage. Let the completion of the Filipino Archipelagic House be the legacy of the 19th Congress under your esteemed leadership. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who wishes to interpellate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendment.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendment, I move that we terminate the period for committee as well as individual amendment.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading on House Bill number 9034.
As many as are in favor of House Bill 9034, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 9034 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up items under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday.
The Majority Leader may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, under the business for Thursday and Friday, I move that we consider House Bill number 9556 under Committee Report number 858 submitted by the Committee on Health.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 9556.
House Bill number 9556, an act amending Section 1 of Republic Act number 11272, entitled An Act Establishing a Specialty Hospital in the City of San Jose del Monte, Province of Bulacan, to be known as St. Bernadette Children and Maternity Hospital, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the explanatory note in the bill as the sponsorship speech.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The explanatory note is hereby adopted as sponsorship speech. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpellate, I move that we terminate the period of interpellation.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The period of interpellation is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendment and approve the committee amendments, if any, as contained in the respective committee reports of the aforementioned.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendment, I move that we close the period of amendment.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 9556 under Committee Report number 858.
As many as are in favor of House Bill 9556, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 9556 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday, I move for the omnibus consideration of the following House bills. House Bill number 9586 under Committee Report number 862, House Bill number 9589 under Committee Report number 865, House Bill number 9590 under Committee Report number 866, House Bill number 9592 under Committee Report number 867, House Bill number 9593 under Committee Report number 868, House Bill number 9594 under Committee Report number 869, House Bill number 9601 under Committee Report number 870, and House Bill number 9602 under Committee Report number 871.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the aforementioned bills.
House Bill number 9586, an act providing for the construction of a tri-level interchange along MC Briones Street, corner UN Avenue, Mandaue City, Province of Cebu, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9589, an act providing for the construction of a national highway in the municipality of Baloy, Province of Lanao del Norte, to be known as the Baloy Bypass Road, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9590, an act providing for the construction of a national highway from the junction of Linamon, Zamboanga Road, traversing Sitio Bocana, located in Barangay Pigcarangan, Sitios Lama, Canaloa, both located in Barangay Poblacion, all located in the municipality of Tubod, through Barangay Sagadan and Baroy Daku, both located in the municipality of Baroy, through Barangays Rauan, Gumagamot, Kamalan, Pasita, Darumawang, Matampay, Darumawang Ilaya, and El Salvador, all located in the municipality of Lala, through Barangay Concepcion and the junction of Dinamon-Zamboanga National Road at Barangay Lapinig in the municipality of Kapatagan, all located in the province of Lanao del Norte, to be known as the Kapatagan Valley Coastal Road and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9592, an act separating the Lapuyan National High School, Carpoc Extension in Barangay Carpoc, Municipality of Lapuyan, Province of Zamboanga del Sur, from the Lapuyan National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Carpoc National High School and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9593, an act separating the Lapuyan National High School, Pampang Extension, in Barangay Pampang, Municipality of Lapuyan, Province of Zamboanga del Sur, from the Lapuyan National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Pampang National High School and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9594, an act separating the Paulino Dari National High School, Liguac Extension in Barangay Liguac, Municipality of Pitogo, Province of Zamboanga del Sur, from the Paulino Dari National High School, converting it into independent national high school to be known as the Liguac National High School and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9601, an act creating a high school for sports in the municipality of Bagac, Province of Bataan, to be known as the Bataan High School for Sports and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9602, an act establishing the Baybay City National High School for Sports in Baybay City, Province of Leyte, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider the respective explanatory notes as the sponsorship speeches of the said bills.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The respective explanatory notes are hereby adopted as their sponsorship speeches. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpellate on the said local bills, I move that we terminate the period of interpellation.
Is there an objection? The Chair hears none. The period of interpellations is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments and approve the committee amendments, if any, as contained in the respective committee reports of the aforementioned bills.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to introduce individual amendment, I move that we terminate the period of amendment.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading the following House bills. House Bill number 9586, House Bill number 9589, House Bill number 9590, House Bill number 9592, House Bill number 9593, House Bill number 9594, House Bill number 9601, and House Bill number 9602.
There is an omnibus motion to approve on second reading the aforementioned local bills. As many as are in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bills 9586, 9589, 9590, 9592, 9593, 9594, 9601, and 9602 are hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as messages, communications, and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Additional reference of business. Resolutions. House Concurrent Resolution 19. Concurrent Resolution concurring with Proclamation number 403 of the President of the Republic of the Philippines, dated November 22, 2023, entitled Granting Amnesty to Members of the Revolutionaryong Partido ng Manggagawa ng Pilipinas, Revolutionary Proletarian Army, Alex Bungkayo Brigade, RPMP, RPA, ABB, who have committed crimes punishable under the revised penal code and special penal laws in furtherance of their political benefits by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Gonzales Aurelio, Dalipe, Libanan, Marcos, Romualdez Yedamari, and Asidre.
to the Committee on Justice and the Committee on National Defense and Security,
House Concurrent Resolution 20, Concurrent Resolution concurring with Proclamation Number 404 of the President of the Republic of the Philippines dated November 22, 2023, entitled Granting Amnesty to Former Members of the Communist Party of the Philippines, New People's Army, National Democratic Front, CCP, NPA, NDF, have committed crimes punishable under the revised penal code and special penal laws in furtherance of their political benefits by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Gonzales Aurelio, Delipe, Libanan, Marcos, Romualdez Yedemarie, and Asidre.
to the Committee on Justice and the Committee on National Defense and Security,
House Concurrent Resolution 21, Concurrent Resolution concurring with Proclamation Number 405 of the President of the Republic of the Philippines dated November 22, 2023, entitled Granting Amnesty to Members of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, MILF, who have committed crimes punishable under the revised penal code and special penal laws in furtherance of their political benefits by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Gonzales Aurelio, Dalipe, Libanan, Marcos, Romualdez Yedemarie, and Asidre.
to the Committee on Justice and to the Committee on National Defense and Security,
House Concurrent Resolution 22, Concurrent Resolution concurring with Proclamation Number 406 of the President of the Republic of the Philippines dated November 22, 2023, entitled Granting Amnesty to Members of the Moro National Liberation Front, MNLF, who have committed crimes punishable under the revised penal code and special penal laws in furtherance of their political benefits by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Gonzales Aurelio, Libanan, Marcos, Romualdez Yedemarie, and Asidre.
to the Committee on Justice and the Committee on National Defense and Security,
Communication. Letter dated 28 November 2023 of the Malacanang Office of the President, Executive Secretary, submitting certified copies of the following amnesty proclamations signed by President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. on 22 November 2023 for consideration and concurrence of the honorable members of the House. Proclamation numbers 403, 404, 405, and 406 series of 2023.
to the Committee on Justice and the Committee on National Defense and Security. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business, I move that we consider House Bill 9430 in the committee report number 812, and I ask the Secretary General to be instructed to read the title of the bill with the, title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 9430.
House Bill 9430, an act further strengthening union organization and disallowing cancellation of union registration, amending for the purpose Presidential Decree number 442 as amended, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Vice Chairperson of the Committee of Labor, Vice Chairperson Gus Tabunting of the 2nd District of Parañaque City for his sponsorship speech.
The Vice Chairman of the Labor and Employment Committee, the Honorable Gus Tambunting of the 2nd District of Parañaque City, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues. May I first sincerely thank the authors, Deputy Speaker Raymond Mendoza and Representative Eduardo Villanueva, for espousing House Bills numbered 5536 and 5789, which the Committee on Labor and Employment has submitted under Committee Report number 816 for consideration of this august body. Building on what the country has worked towards, the Committee on Labor and Employment presents this piece of legislation to continue our goal to eradicate restrictive provisions that prohibit the constitutionally guaranteed rights of workers to self-organization, collective bargaining and negotiations, and peaceful concerned activities, including the right to strike. Today, we propose to limit the applicability of the authority given to the Secretary of Labor and Employment when assuming jurisdiction over labor disputes in an industry indispensable to national interest by changing the operative phrase indispensable to national interest to engage in essential services. B, enjoining the Secretary of Labor to resolve or settle disputes within 15 days and allowing the parties to automatically exercise their right to strike in cases when there is no decision from the Secretary. And C, my apologies, Mr. Speaker. I was given the wrong speech. The right to self-organization is a universal human right of workers, as manifested in Article 3, Section 8 of the Bill of Rights of the 1987 Philippine Constitution and the ILO Convention number 87 on freedom of association. The Convention underscores workers' rights to establish joint organizations of their choosing, which is subject to the rules of the organization concerned with previous authorization. It is significant to note that the ILO Committee of Experts on the application of conventions and recommendations found that the country's current implementation of 20% membership requirement for registration of independent union and the 10 local chapters requirement for registration of federation and national unions in the country are extremely high, which effectively constitutes a restraint in the exercise of freedom of association. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, We therefore propose to align certain provisions of the Labor Code of the Philippines as amended by the ILO Convention 87. The measure at hand provides a long overdue commitment of the Philippine government to bring national legislation in conformity with the said convention, which was ratified in the country on December 29, 1953. Mr. Speaker, may I submit for plenary consideration House Bill number 9340, an act further strengthening the union organization, disallowing the cancellation of union registrations, amending the purpose, Presidential Decree number 442 as amended, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines, authored by Representatives Raymond Mendoza and Brother Eddie Villanueva. The objective of this bill is to strengthen further the rights of workers to self-organization by modifying the restrictions in the process of union formation as provided by the Labor Code. Specifically, this bill reduces the current 20% minimum membership requirement for registration of independent unions to 10%, removes the documentary requirements for chartering and creating a local charter, shortens the necessary number of days a regional labor relations division or bureau can act on notices of union formation, reduces the number of required affiliated local chapters from 10 to 5 in establishing a federation or national union, and 5, underscores that unions or bylaws should govern the election of union officers and that the same principles of cancellation and dissolution of a union or labor organization. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, having presented the substantial merits of the timely piece of legislation and to fulfill the commitment of our government to convey national legislation in conformity with the ILO Convention number 87, may I enjoin this honorable chamber for the passage of House Bill number 9430. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpellations, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of interpellation and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby opened. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we proceed to the consideration of individual amendments.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Arlene Brosas from Gabriela Party List for her individual amendment.
The lady from the party list, Gabriela, the Honorable Arlene Brosas, is recognized to propose her individual amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. These are the proposed amendments to House Bill 9430, filed by Deputy Speaker Representative Raymond Mendoza. On page 1, line 5, insert a new section which will read as follows. Section 3, period. It is the primary responsibility of the state to protect and uphold the rights of all workers and promote their welfare and to afford full protection to labor, local and overseas, organized and unorganized. The state shall protect the constitutionally guaranteed and universally recognized rights of all workers to self-organization, collective bargaining, and negotiations and peaceful concerted activities, including the right to strike in accordance with law. As stated in International Labor Organization, ILO Convention number 87, workers without distinction whatsoever shall have the right to establish and subject only to the rules of the organization concerned to join organizations of their own choosing without previous authorization. Workers' organizations shall have the right to draw up their constitutions and rules, to elect their representatives in full freedom, to organize their administration and activities, and to formulate their programs, period.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
Mr. Speaker, how can I say no to the amendments proposed by the hardworking Lady Representative, the Honorable Brosas?
Majority
Definitely, we accept the amendments presented by the Honorable Brosas, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is hereby approved.
Second, Mr. Speaker, on page 2, line 16, under section 3 of the bill, replace 4 copies, in quote, with electronic copies in relation to the Constitution and bylaws of the notifying union, minutes of its adoption or ratification, and the list of members who participated in it, period.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
Again, I cannot say no. Accepted.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval of the proposed amendment.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is hereby approved. The Honorable Brosas may proceed.
On page 3, line 8 to 9, also under section 6 of the bill, delete the phrase, in quote, and the list of all members in each company involved, period.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
Respectfully accepts the amendment proposed.
Majority Leader.
I move for the approval of the proposed amendment.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is hereby approved. The Honorable Brosas may proceed.
On page 4, line 11, insert a new section which will read as follows. Section 11, Article 253, Title 5 of the Labor Code is hereby amended to read as follows. Article 253, Coverage and Employees' Right to Self-Organization. All persons employed in service, industrial, and agricultural enterprises and in religious, charitable, medical, or educational institutions, whether operating for profit or not, regardless of employment status, including those employed in special economic zones, shall have the right to self-organization and to form, join, or assist labor organizations of their own choosing for purposes of collective bargaining. Without previous authorization, ambulant, intermittent, and itinerant workers, self-employed people, rural workers may form labor organizations for their mutual aid and protection. Employees hired under contractors, subcontractors, manpower agencies, labor cooperatives, and other third-party entities shall have the right to form or join unions and the right to collectively bargain in the principal trade or business. Any employee, whether employed for a definite period or not, shall, beginning on his or her first day of service, have the right to form, join, or assist labor organizations, period.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
I move for the approval of the proposed amendment.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is hereby approved. The Honorable Brosas may proceed.
On page 4, line 11, insert another new section which will read as follows. Section 13, Chapter 2, Article 259 of the Labor Code is hereby amended to read as follows. Article 259, Unfair labor practices of employers. It shall be unlawful for an employer to commit any of the following unfair labor practices. A, to interfere with, restrain, or coerce employees in the exercise of their right to self-organization, to collective bargaining and negotiations, and to engage in peaceful concerted activities, including the right to strike in accordance with this code. B, to require as a condition of employment that a person or an employee shall not join in a labor organization or shall withdraw from one to which they belong. C, to contract out services or functions being performed by union members and employees who are organizing a union when such will interfere with, restrain, or coerce employees in the exercise of their right to self-organization. D, to conduct a performance review or assessment of employees during the formation of a union up to 1 year after the filing of union notification that may undermine the security of tenure and union membership of an employee. E, to terminate or cause the termination of an employee during the formation of a union up to 1 year after the filing of union notification due to installation of labor-saving devices, redundancy, client pull-out, retrenchment, to prevent losses or the closing or cessation of operation of the establishment or undertaking. F, to initiate, dominate, assist, or otherwise interfere with the formation or administration of any labor organization, including the giving of financial or other support to it or its organizers or supporters. G, to discriminate in regard to wages, hours of work, and other terms and conditions of employment in order to encourage or discourage membership in any labor organization. Nothing in this code or in any other law shall stop the parties from requiring membership in a recognized collective bargaining agent as a condition for employment, except those employees who are already members of another union at the time of the signing of the collective bargaining agreement. Employees of an appropriate bargaining unit who are not members of the recognized collective bargaining agent may be assessed a reasonable fee equivalent to the dues and other fees paid by members of the recognized collective bargaining agent. If such non-union members accept the benefits under the collective bargaining agreement, provided that the individual authorization required under Article 242, Paragraph O of this code shall not apply to the non-members of the recognized collective bargaining agent. H, to dismiss, discharge, or otherwise prejudice or discriminate against an employee for having given or being about to give this testimony under this code. I, to violate the duty or refuse to bargain collectively with the employees. J, to pay negotiation or attorney's fees to the union or its officers or agents as part of the settlement of any issue in collective bargaining or any other dispute. Or K, to violate a collective bargaining agreement. The provisions of the preceding paragraph, notwithstanding only the officers and agents of corporations, associations, or partnerships who have actually participated in, authorized, or ratified unfair labor practices shall be held criminally liable, period.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
Mr. Speaker, we accept the very long amendment of the Honorable Process.
Majority Leader.
I move for the approval of the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The lengthy amendment is hereby approved.
Mr. Speaker, on page 4, line 11, insert another new section, which will read as follows. Section 14, period. Any legitimate labor organization may file a request for sole and exclusive bargaining agent representative, SEBA, certification in the regional office, which issued its certificate of registration or certificate of creation of chartered local, period.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept the amendment.
Majority Leader.
I move for the approval of the proposed amendment, Mr.
Is
Speaker.
there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
On page 4, line 11, insert another new section which will read as follows. Section 15, period. The request for certification shall indicate A, the name and address of the requesting legitimate labor organization, B, the name and address of the company where it operates, C, the bargaining unit sought to be represented, D, the approximate number of employees in the bargaining unit, E, the statement of the existence or non-existence of other labor organizations or collective bargaining agreement, period.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
We accept the amendment of the Honorable Process.
Majority Leader.
I move for the approval of the proposed
Is there any
amendment.
objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
On page 4, line 11, insert another new section which will read as follows. Section 16, period. Within 1 day from the submission of the request, the regional director shall determine whether the request is compliant with the preceding article and whether the bargaining unit sought to be represented is organized or not, and B, request a copy of the payroll for purposes of SEBA certification pursuant to the next preceding article. If the regional director finds the submission deficient, the requesting union or local shall be advised to comply within 10 days from notice. Failure to comply within the prescribed period shall be deemed as a withdrawal of the request for SEBA certification, period.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
Mr. Speaker, we accept the amendment.
Majority Leader.
I move for the approval of the proposed amendment, Mr.
Is
Speaker.
there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is hereby approved.
On page 4, line 11, insert another new section which will read as follows. Section 17. If the regional director finds the establishment unorganized with only one legitimate labor organization, they shall call a conference within 5 work days for the submission of the following. A, the names of employees in the covered bargaining unit who signify their support for the certification, provided that said employees comprise at least majority of the number of employees in the covered bargaining unit, and B, certification under oath by the president of the requesting union or local that all documents submitted are true and correct based on their personal knowledge. The submission shall be presumed to be true and correct unless contested under oath by any member of the bargaining unit during the validation conference. For this purpose, the employer or any representative of the employer shall not be deemed a party in interest, but only as a bystander to the process of certification. If the requesting union or local fails to complete the requirements for SEBA certification during the conference, the request for SEBA certification shall be referred to the appropriate med arbiter for the conduct of certification elections. In no case shall no union be included in the ballot for the certification elections period.
What does the distinguished sponsor say?
Again, Mr. Speaker, we accept the amendment.
Majority Leader?
And we move for the approval of the proposed amendment, Mr.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is hereby approved.
On page 4, line 11, insert another new section which will read as follows. Section 18, period. If the regional director finds the requirements complete, they shall issue during the conference a certification as sole and exclusive bargaining agent enjoying the rights and privileges of an exclusive bargaining agent of all the employees in the covered bargaining unit. The regional director shall cause the posting of the SEBA certification for 15 days in at least 2 conspicuous places in the establishment or covered bargaining unit, period.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the amendment.
Majority Leader?
And I move for the approval of the proposed amendment.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is hereby approved.
On page 4, line 11, insert another new section which will read as follows. Section 19, period. Upon the issuance of the certification as sole and exclusive bargaining agent, the certified union or local shall enjoy all the rights and privileges of an exclusive bargaining agent of all the employees in the covered bargaining unit. The certification shall bar the filing of a petition for certification, election by any labor organization for a period of 1 year from the date of its issuance. Upon expiration of this 1-year period, any legitimate labor organization may file a petition for certification election in the same bargaining unit represented by the certified labor organization, unless a collective bargaining agreement between the employer and the certified labor organization was executed and validly registered with the regional office, period.
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. Speaker, amendment accepted.
Majority Leader?
I move for the approval of the proposed amendment, Mr.
Is there any
Speaker.
objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is hereby approved.
On page 4, line 11, insert another new section which will read as follows. Section 20. If the regional director finds the establishment unorganized with more than one legitimate labor organization, they shall refer the same to the appropriate med arbiter for the conduct of certification election. The certification election shall be conducted in accordance with Article 264, period.
What does the sponsor say?
The amendment on Section 20 is accepted.
Majority Leader?
And I move for the approval of the proposed amendment.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is hereby approved.
This is the last, Mr. Speaker. On page 4, line 11, insert another new section which will read as follows. Section 21. If the regional director finds the establishment organized, they shall refer the same to the mediator arbiter for the determination of the propriety of conducting a certification election in accordance with Article 263, period.
What does the
Thank you,
sponsor
Mr.
say?
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, how can I say no to the shortest amendment? Accepted.
Majority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I move for the approval of the proposed amendment.
Is there
Mr.
any
Speaker.
objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to introduce individual amendment, I move that we terminate the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 9430 under Committee Report number 812 as amended.
As many as are in favor of House Bill 9430, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 9430, as very much amended, is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn session until Monday, December 4, 2023 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Session is adjourned until December 4, Monday at 3 p.m. Dami natin ginawa.
Sa dami ng amendments mo, lika.